Crack on. Good afternoon and welcome to this meeting of the Planning Committee of the 1st of April 2026. My name is Councillor Alison Thompson and I'm Chair of the Planning Committee. First off, just to mention to you that the Planning Committee is a quasi-judicial body whereby committee members are required to put their politics aside and cannot be whipped by their political groups when determining planning applications. Planning committee members must come to committee with an open mind and must judge an application on its planning merits only, taking into account the National Planning Policy Framework, the adopted development city plan parts 1 and 2, and material planning considerations. As part of each presentation, I will ask the case officers to introduce themselves to committee members and attending public. Would committee members please note that where a decision is made on an agenda item, to be able to participate in the debate and vote, you must be present throughout the entirety of the committee's consideration of that item. That includes the officer presentation, any public speaking, and the question and debate session. In the event that a member needs to leave the chamber briefly during consideration of an item, but still wishes to participate, the member should indicate to me as chair that they need to be excused. If this is the case, I will briefly suspend the meeting for the duration of their absence. Can I remind members that mobile phones should not be used as a means of communication during the meeting, and if members need to make or receive a message via their phone, please alert me as chair. Where members are using tablets to access agenda papers electronically, please ensure that these are switched to airplane mode. Thank you. So the following order will take place for each of the agenda items. First, we have a presentation by planning officers. That will be followed by speakers if there are any. Planning officer clarifications will then take place if they're required. Then we'll go to committee member questions. That is then followed by debate and then the vote. We'll be taking breaks during the meeting, and when and how many will depend on how long the discussions take for each application. Thank you. So first of all, could I ask, are there any members in attendance as substitutes today? Councillor Winder.
Yes, I'm substituting for Joy Robinson.
Excellent, thank you. And do any members wish to declare any interest in relation to any applications on the agenda? Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a member of the gym, so that's the subject of the last application, so I will be absenting myself from that discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Theobald.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm the same. I'm a member of the gym as well.
And I have to declare the same interest that I am a member of the gym as well, so I will have to recuse myself for that application and hand over to my deputy, Councillor Sheard. Popular gym in these quarters. Thank you. We now consider whether, in view of the possible confidential nature of the business or proceedings, the press and public should be excluded from the meeting when any of the planning applications are under consideration. And I can confirm that we do not have any confidential items today, so the press and public will not be excluded. Could I ask about the minutes of the previous meeting? Does the committee approve the minutes for the 4th of March 2026 attached to the agenda? Thank you. Followed by Chair's communications. I don't have any specific communications this month to share with you. So we'll move on to public involvement, and there is none for this meeting. To discuss site visits, are there any applications that we're considering today that committee members would now like to request an accompanied site visit to? No? Okay, great, thank you. Moving on to the applications, the Democratic Services Officer will now read out the applications excuse me, on the agenda and ask committee members if they want to discuss the items as they are called. Please be aware that applications need to be called for discussion, not just for questions. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Chair. Just to declare actually that we have one major and the rest are actually minors. All items have speakers. So that means that the running order will be as the agenda A, B, C, D, E. So that's the major item is the Hippodrome, with the LBC being the minor, and then 23 Shirley Drive, 15 Auckland Drive, and 2 St Heliers Avenue, all having speakers and all minors. So all items will be heard today. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let me hand over then. Let's dive straight in. Oh, bear with me 1 second. Sorry, folks, just an admin error. I was reading that they were all minors. So, first of all, we go to item A, which is BH 2025-02723, the Hippodrome, and I'll hand over to Matthew, the case officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Okay. So yes, so this is items A and B. So the A is the major Section 73 application under BH 2025-02723, and there is the associated listed building consent application under BH 2025-02716. So turn to the applications themselves. So the application description is it's a Section 73 application together with the amended listed building consent that I've just mentioned. And this is an application to vary conditions 1, 13, 17 and 36 of the planning permission granted in 2024, which was BH 2022-02443 and that was subsequently amended. It's to amend some of the approved drawings as well as the wording of conditions as far as they relate to conditions 31, 32, 33, 34. The discharge of conditions 15, 16 and 23, and to overall implement changes to the design that are in line with the requirements of the current operator. And those changes also include an increase in the maximum audience capacity over that which was originally outlined. Committee should be aware that the application as granted in 2024, the FP and the associated listed building consent are both approved, they are both extant, and so this application wholly deals with really the changes and the variations from that original application. I'm sure most people are familiar with where the Hippodrome is, but just a slight red dot there showing it in the middle of the Old Town conservation area of the city. The Hippodrome site incorporates Hippodrome House, which is attached to the north, the service yard that sits on the northern side of it, and the currently vacant yard, which sits on the eastern side of the Hippodrome main building. Here's an aerial view of the site, view to the northeast. So you can see the Hippodrome Auditorium roof, which is the new roof that has been erected in recent years, as referred to in the report. This is the view towards the southwest, just showing the rear of the fly tower and the service yard again on the western side of it. Just some images, just to familiarise ourselves with the Hippodrome site. So here's the auditorium as it faces the street frontage. Particularly there, just of note, is the Mecca Bingo canopy that was erected. The Hippodrome originally had a detailed canopy, and this is sort of what's left of the canopy that was erected by Mecca Bingo. There's some other images there. This is the adjacent Hippodrome House, which is also listed in association with the Grade 2-star auditorium at the Hippodrome. Just some quick photos. This is the service yard to the north. This is a photo from inside the service yard on the northern side, facing back towards Middle Street Primary School. On the left-hand side, you'll see a number of extensions that have taken place to Hippodrome House over the years, and the first two of those are proposed to be demolished as part of this application. So that's of note. This is the rear of Hippodrome House. And again, just showing the rear of the site of the auditorium. You can see the fly tower, the red brick building in the distance, as this is a photo taken from Ship Street. Just in very brief, the history of the building: it was built as an ice skating rink in 1897. It went through a variety of uses, including a circus, predominantly a variety theatre, though, between 1928 and 1964, which housed a number of famous worldwide performance personalities. Went briefly to a TV studio in 1966, and then from 1967 till 2006, it was operated as a bingo hall by Mecca Bingo, and the site has been vacant since 2006, with the building falling into general disrepair. The purpose of this slide is just to indicate the kinds of acts that have taken place there within that period of the 40s, 50s and 60s. And the use of that auditorium as a single volume capable of performance is part of the historical significance of the building. Obviously, the building does have architectural significance, particularly in some of the ornate plasterwork on the interior of the auditorium, which was designed by Frank Matcham, who was a leading theatre designer of his day. But there's both the historical significance and the architectural significance. Much of this was explored in the previous application in 2022, which was decided by the Planning Committee in 2024. I'm just showing you some images there of the interior. This is an image of the Grandmaster control panel, which is one of the last few remaining control panels of that size in venues in the UK. So just to recap, that the applications that were approved in 2024 approved the restoration, renovation and the part demolition works together with extensions to the Hippodrome. And that was in the principle of a multi-format flexible performance space in the auditorium. There was a separate foyer bar, internal bar areas, a separate members club and roof terrace bars also as part of the application. And the application also included a new 3 to 7 story apart hotel on the existing rear service yard, where that fronts Ship Street with retail provision on the ground floor. Those applications, again, were approved by the Planning Committee in 2024. The current application does basically seeks to vary that outstanding extant consent in line with the requirements of an operator. The current applications still clearly propose the restoration, renovation and similar extension works and demolition works to the Hippodrome itself, with a proposed performance space in the auditorium as before with ancillary bars. Information submitted with the application indicates that the maximum capacity within the auditorium, where it was originally anticipated to be 1,800, would now be 2,300. The foyer bar, external bar areas, the members club and the roof terraces are to be removed as a result of this application, resulting in a general more simplification of the scheme. And there's very little change to the 3 to 7 story apart hotel, which is on the west side of the auditorium. So there's very minimal change to that too. So just again, in sense of recapping, what we have is the approved scheme as it was to Middle Street, utilising the roof that's currently in place. That's the apart hotel as it would have faced Ship Street. Similarly, the northern elevation and the southern elevation. I will go through the variations to that shortly. The main changes in this application, though, are the fact that a new auditorium roof is proposed, and that roof would then result in a total height increase of 3 metres. That new roof is proposed to meet the requirements of acoustic measures, ventilation and other structural requirements. There are also revised details to the Middle Street frontage, although these are relatively minor and relate mostly to historic detailing. Some revised floor plans are obviously submitted within the application, which remove the private members club from Hippodrome House, as it was previously proposed, and to remove the restaurant cafe from the foyer bar, as previously proposed. And so obviously there are subsequent changes to the general internal venue layout. The removal of some of the upper level windows, the external bars and terraces have just basically been removed from the proposal, so no longer form part of the scheme. And the demolition of the WC extension at the rear of Hippodrome House, as I mentioned earlier, is there to widen the egress and the fire escape route for patrons, as well as to simplify the use of that rear service yard. And a very minor design variation on the northern elevation, where the apartment hotel would meet the original auditorium of the Hippodrome, and there's just removing a setback at some of the lower levels in one section, which would have very little impact, as demonstrated in the report. And as before, the audience capacity is, we have information noting that the fire regulations can anticipate an audience capacity of 2,300 as opposed to the 1,800 as previously understood. There are a number of conditions, as I said, that are going to be amended. So condition 13 would relate really to allow for some of the external detailing to be approved prior to its installation. To basically, the purpose of some of these condition amendments is to allow what they call the shell and core works to be undertaken first prior to a detailed fit out and restoration scheme. So the local planning authority and the owners anticipate that we will have another subsequent certainly another subsequent listed building consent at the very least to deal with some of the more interior design alterations. So those are conditions 13 and 17 as they are. Condition 36 is proposed to be amended to reflect the new layout and really just to confirm that all the bars are ancillary to the main venue use. And then as part of the scheme as well, conditions 31, 32, 33 and 34 were all conditions that related to the hours of use and the operation of the foyer bar and the external balcony bar and terraces. As those elements have been removed from the scheme, obviously it makes sense to sort of remove those conditions also. However, I've recommended that condition 34 is retained but amended in order to ensure that none of the external areas are used for any performances or any kind of amplified music. In addition, as part of this application, there was discharge of conditions relating to 15, 16 and 23, which relate to some of the exterior detailing, particularly to the middle street frontage, the entrance portico, condition 16 on the ground master control panel, and condition 23 insofar as it relates to the auditorium ceiling. We have had 40 representations on the application, and at the time of the presentation, these were 40 representations from 19 individuals and a group calling themselves the Old Town Alliance. Received a number of objections. These objections, I won't go through every single one on the screen, but they are largely, a lot of them are concerned about the uplift in the audience capacity, as indicated. They're concerned around noise management and audience management. Clearly, there's general concerns about noise and disturbance. Concerns around about the provision of suitable management strategies in order to accommodate patrons leaving and arriving at the venue. Some questions around accessibility and concerns around whether there's been enough accessibility provision within the scheme, and other general concerns around the fact that the site was previously noted as being within a community of stress area and would experience antisocial behaviour, and that this would actually worsen the situation as is. But for reasons that I will go into later, I think that the current application can be suitably controlled and those effects mitigated suitably. Going to the physical variations, the physical variations. So this is the application as it now proposes the middle street frontage, and the main difference between this and the scheme as approved is the auditorium roof, which as you can see is going to have a 1.5 metre increase at eaves level with a 3 metre overall increase. The roof pitch would be slightly steeper than what is proposed then, what is existing. But what is existing is a new roof that was installed by the current owners in recent years in order to mitigate against water ingress into the venue. Historic England and the Theatres Trust, including the Council's Heritage Officer, don't have any concerns or don't object to the new roof, in that because the existing roof as is there is now is a new roof. There's no concern over historical significance of any loss of historic fabric, and the new roof is, as again, just to recap, is understood to be required in order to deal with a lot of the acoustic measures that are required to make the venue successfully operate without disturbance. To the north elevation, there are some mostly minor amendments. If you look at the red brick of the auditorium wall to start with, you'll see that there's the removal of those balcony bars and those doors from that northern elevation of the venue, and the two openings that you see there are smoke vents, and then there's acoustic louvres above that because there'll be plant positioned on the roof. On the right-hand side, where you look at Hippodrome House, up on the upper floors, you'll just see a varying arrangement of windows, which are actually more reflective of what is currently existing. So a little less intervention there. And then on the northern elevation of the apartment hotel building, which you see on the right, I don't know how well my cursor will show up, but in this section here, you'll note that the setback was originally to go to a much lower level, but it's understood now that that setback will only apply to the upper levels of the building. It's a general minor change in the sense that it won't cause any additional harm or have any additional impacts to neighbouring occupiers over the existing extant consent that's at the bottom there. To the east elevation, there's very, very little change. The most perceptible change would be the fact that we will start to see some elements of the auditorium roof as you look straight on at the east elevation, but that's all. The design is otherwise unchanged. And then on the southern elevation between what is proposed now and what was previously approved, you'll just note on the red brick fly tower a number of windows that were facing south. These are all now proposed to be taken out of the scheme. So they're no longer proposed, and it's understood that that's to help limit any noise breakout from the venue, so to help with the acoustic measures that are being proposed. And then, of course, you can see the larger roof in that image there. Just showing you briefly a roof plan, which is just showing you the site layout. And you can just see in some areas around the circular roof where the acoustic and mechanical ventilation would be. Acoustic plant and mechanical ventilation, rather. In section form, it's just sort of showing how the new roof would then sit against the auditorium. And I've got some slides later on showing you some more detail on the acoustic measures. Just in terms of variations to the ground floor plan, at the rear of Hippodrome House was originally the private members club. There was a separate entity from the Hippodrome Auditorium. That's now being removed, and those areas are now proposed to be ancillary bar supporting areas for the general use of the auditorium. Again, within the consultation responses, you'll see that the Theatres Trust originally, along with Historic England on the original application, had raised some concerns that there wasn't sufficient space within the auditorium to allow for sufficient bar provision for merchandising and for ticket and patron movement. So those are elements that are actually improved as a result of this scheme because there's a little more kind of supporting space around the general auditorium itself. In the bottom half of the screen, you'll just see that a large toilet facilities have also been proposed to the southeast corner where there was originally the kitchens that were to support the foyer cafe. And then at the rear of the main stage, there are other minor alterations in regards to the layout, providing green rooms, dressing rooms, and other technical supporting spaces for performances as they occur. This slide, apologies for the large green arrow remaining. This slide is just to show you where the entrances to the Hippodrome are at this moment in time. The other red entrances that aren't are entrances that are up to Hippodrome House itself, up to either the ancillary offices or the apartment hotel, which the top floor of Hippodrome House would still be used for. The blue arrow there is just to indicate the step-free access as well for accessibility purposes. Similarly, whilst this isn't capturing every element within the application, because there are many, but as concerns were raised over accessibility, I thought it was prudent to at least point out that there are viewing areas, this is at ground floor, viewing areas for wheelchairs. There are a number of lift accesses at the rear of the auditorium and the side within the supporting spaces for both crews, and then other lift accesses towards the front and within Hippodrome House, which are for visiting patrons as well as accessible toilets facilities. Proposed indication of the first floor mezzanine as it would be. So again, just really dressing room spaces around the rear of the auditorium, and then you're seeing the floor plan layout for the apartment hotel as it goes off towards the east. Similarly, again, those blue arrows are just pointing out where disabled patrons may be able to have chairs if their chairs required, and storage for those chairs or lift accesses as well as they are throughout. So I just wanted to reassure councillors that those elements are being proposed within the application. It's currently understood at the moment that the exit strategy would be out through the service yard, which lies to the north, which would then take patrons out and exiting out onto Middle Street. That's just one of those reasons to improve the fire egress route of that is one of the reasons why those extensions to Hippodrome House are proposed for removal. And again, there was no objection from the council's heritage team or the Historic England to the removal of those elements. Just in very brief terms, these acoustic works that are shown at the basement, I appreciate it's probably not easy to understand from this drawing, but these are the basement areas at the southeast corner of the Hippodrome, and those are that sort of orangey red line where roughly my cursor is tracing there is to show where specific wall works would take place in the basement. So basically an interior sound wall in order to help mitigate noise breakout to the properties to the south and to the southeast. And again, you'll see that interior wall lining the southern side of the auditorium, as well as redefined areas around the back of the stage where sound walls again are to be erected in order to prevent further noise breakout. And again, our first floor, you can also see those there, as well as they almost run all the way around that first floor area. And again, some other works just showing you kind of where the kind of key acoustic measures would be in place in terms of the roof, which again, in order to help cease noise breakout. In a spec sort of sense, I mean, that wall as it goes around the auditorium is just shown in section detail here. Ultimately, when you're trying to create soundproofing or sound limitation, it's about having multiple layers of fabric, different kind of densities, which help kind of stop the different frequencies or waveforms from travelling through those structures. So we've got just indications here of kind of what those acoustic works to that interior sound wall would be, and similarly as they sit on the south and eastern boundary. I'll just say that these acoustic measures have been assessed by the Council's Environment and Health team as well, and they're satisfied that these measures would be sufficient. We still have conditions that are proposed within the application that do require a full pre-installation acoustic design, as well as a post-installation testing to be sure that these measures work. But clearly we needed to see these acoustic measures at this stage to ensure that any physical works can accommodate those and other works as necessary. So bringing the application excuse me, down to the key considerations. We have the approved applications as they were approved in 2024. Those applications remain extant and lawfully implementable, subject to their conditions. So this application deals really with the principle of these proposed variations. We need to consider the impact on the significance of the Grade 2 style listed buildings, those impacts on neighbouring and local public amenity, the design appearance and impacts on the conservation area of the listed buildings, any highways and transport impacts of this over and above that which was already approved, energy efficiency, accessibility, sustainability are also for consideration. Ultimately, excuse me. Excuse me. Right, so ultimately, under the Section 73, breaking it down into its little subject areas, clearly the officer report goes through these areas in detail, but in very brief terms, the new roof and external minor revisions are considered to be acceptable. The new roof, although it's an increase in height, is considered acceptable in the sense that it won't cause any additional harm to any neighbouring occupiers. There will be a loss of view for a number of occupiers along Middle Street, but that would be across the road and wouldn't be anywhere near harmful enough to warrant refusal of the application. In heritage terms, there would be some less than substantial harm in heritage terms from the new roof and from the demolition of those small outbuildings, the Hippodrome House. But those measures are considered to assist in the balance of making sure that the public benefits of the scheme do come forward. And previously, the public benefits of the scheme were assessed in the previous application as being, the public use and appreciation of the auditorium, of a restored auditorium in its historical, architectural and performance significance. And clearly the reactivation of that area of Middle Street that for nearly 25 years now has been in generally very poor condition. The acoustic measures are largely taking place within the existing building envelope. Those have been assessed by our environmental health team as being sufficient, together with the existing conditions that we have. So those planning conditions for the acoustic design and post-completion testing remain recommended within conditions 27 and 28 of the schedule. It's important to touch on the audience capacity. So once we were aware of the fact that this could, that the proposed use would now cater for an increased capacity, we did reconsult on that, and that's on the interest of ensuring that we're being entirely transparent, but making sure that such measures are properly assessed. Having said that, the fact is that the audience capacity was not a condition on the previous consent. It is quite rare, really, for capacities to be conditioned on consents, as they generally fall under the fire regulations. And the maximum capacity wasn't considered to be necessary in planning terms, so it wasn't conditioned on the previous application. So what that means is effectively the 2024 permission could be in use and lawfully commenced without having a controlled capacity. That capacity would be controlled through the fire regulations. So that's point 3. In point 28, we recommend, as we did previously, a continued events management strategy. Taking note of the representations we've received, whilst we were still going to require similar measures, made it very explicit now that within condition 28, it is amended to require a street marshalling strategy, as well as a taxi management strategy, amongst other measures within the events management strategy. The advantage of having event management plans as well secured by condition means that they are much more readily enforceable. in the sense that it's going through a much more standard planning, breach of planning conditions process, if it comes to it, as opposed to the litigious practice of having to enforce against the Section 106, which is naturally a much longer process. And of course, there are still other controls that remain available to the council through the Environmental Protection Act, but also under the licensing scheme, and the existing license for the use of the Hippodrome as a performance venue has a number of conditions on it also, and those conditions also relate to crowd dispersal, to acoustic measures, and to making sure that the operation is safe and non-disturbing as well. So there are a number of measures both within the licensing regime and that are secured through planning conditions and this planning consent, which we consider would mitigate any uplift in audience capacity. I know that we've also received a number of representations around seeking the gating of the access onto Ship Street Gardens. In officers' view, that's not in itself considered to be necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms, so wouldn't fall to be required through a Section 106 agreement or planning condition. But again, as part of the events management strategy, one of the reasons for including the street marshalling could be that, well, with street marshalling, you'd have very visible street marshals potentially placed at either end of Ship Street Gardens if that was considered to be necessary by councillors. So just to be quite clear about the way that Condition 29 is worded, I know you have already received these in appendix form, but very specifically the wording of Condition 29 is before you, which is requiring that event management strategy would require site management, risk assessment, crowd and incident management for all areas of the scheme, including arrival and departures. As I've just mentioned, the requirement for the street marshalling strategy during peak event arrival and exit, queuing measures, queuing procedures and management strategies, in fact, to reduce peak arrivals and departures all occurring at the same time. Vehicle drop-off strategies for disabled patrons, as well as an overall taxi management strategy. And then importantly at the bottom, the event management plan would be, and I'm just to be clear, this is pretty much the same wording as we already have, but it's to make sure that that the local authority has the right to require that this events management plan is reviewed at years 1, 3 and 5, and at more regular intervals should that management plan require changes that might respond to different events taking place. So that's Condition 29 as proposed. In regards to the other conditions that form part of the application, the variation to the timing of those conditions are still considered to allow sufficient control over the provision of those details and to secure appropriate works. Excuse me a second. Where additional conditions were required to be or requested to be removed, those are considered to relate to elements of the scheme that are no longer part of the development, so their removal is considered acceptable. As I mentioned, Condition 34 is recommended to be amended to ensure that actually, if those areas are to be removed from the scheme, we still need to just ensure that there's no external performances or amplified music performed externally at the venue. Condition 36 is amended or recommended to be amended to ensure that the bars are used for ancillary purposes to the auditorium. And Condition 24 remains on the consent, stating that no use of any of the external flat areas, securing that there's no use of those external flat roof areas except for maintenance. So, as previously discussed, the uplift in the audience capacity, as indicated, is not considered to result in any harmful impact to the local national highways network. That information, the application included an updated transport assessment that was assessed by the council's highways team, and they considered that assessment was sufficient and that there wouldn't be any harmful impact to the local highways network. Subject to conditions requiring both the event management plans, but also delivery servicing plans, travel plans, and the construction environmental management plans as originally imposed on the consent remain. As I said before, the amendment to those other conditions varying timings is considered to be acceptable and retains sufficient controls. The overall removal of the private members club from the scheme and the foyer bar and the removal of their associated conditions is actually a simplification of the scheme overall and improves the operational viability of the use of the venue. Again, the external spaces being removed is considered to be improvement, and that also relates to the rear service yard on the north side, which was originally proposed as some external space for the private members club. That rear yard will now only be used for servicing, delivery and exit of patrons. The acoustic measures outlined for the new roof and the auditorium sound walls are considered necessary and suitable. And further heritage detailing and measures are required at a later stage of the interior fit out. So as discussed previously, we do anticipate a further list of building consent coming forward at the least. In general terms, having considered them, the amendments are considered to sustain and enhance both the architectural and the historic significance of the building. The use proposed is considered to be suitably viable and consistent with the history of the site and the ongoing conservation of the Grade 2 star listed building, securing what can still be described as the optimal viable use. The proposed development would contribute to the regeneration and vitality of that part of the Old Town conservation area, improving the public realm and continue to make a positive contribution to local character and distinctiveness. As stated, there would be some heritage harm from the variations proposed, but these are considered to be less than substantial harm at the lower end of the scale, as indicated in the report from the new roof and from the demolition of the adjoining elements to Hippodrome House. These harms are considered in the plan balance to be generally outweighed by the public benefits of the proposal, those public benefits being the restoration and appropriate reuse of a Grade 2 star listed building, with the public able again to appreciate and experience the restored Hippodrome Auditorium as a single volume, providing a programme of performances and events that's both considered to be sustainable and viable. And so the overall recommendation is to approve the Section 73 Planning Permission and the listed building consent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew. That was quite the presentation. Could I, I'm looking at the speakers list, could I call Chana Karuna? Oh, I'm so sorry. Karuna. Okay. Are you in the room, Chana?
I am.
Hello.
I'm here. Hopefully you can hear me.
Hi,
good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon.
Welcome to the Planning Committee. You've got 3 minutes to speak. And the Public Services Officer will be timing you. So, oh, sorry, bear with me, hold on. I was requested, contacted in advance whether it was appropriate to have an extended time for the presentations, and I agreed to it because I think this is quite an important application. So we have 2 speakers objecting, and they have 3 minutes each, which means that the applicant is also entitled to have a total of 6 minutes. So, Chana, 3 minutes when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm a resident of Ship Street Gardens and have been asked to speak on behalf of local residents, including those on Middle Street, those affected by the proposed works at the Hippodrome. We believe this application will increase impact, remove protections, and defer mitigation all at the same time. We wanted to state that we are supportive of restoring the Hippodrome, but we believe that this application goes far beyond what is reasonable. For us, there are 3 critical issues. Firstly, this is not a slight capacity increase. This is a fundamental change to how the site will have to operate. You are being asked to approve an increase in capacity from 1,800 to 2,300. There is a weakening of bar use restriction and, crucially, removal of conditions 31 to 34. Those conditions exist for one reason: to comply with policy DM20 and DM40 to protect residents. While we understand that these relate to some amenities that are no longer part of the proposal, and these are being replaced by bars, and the conditions that are there to fundamentally protect residents. Removing them means no limit on hours, no control over doors releasing noise, no restrictions on outdoor music or drinking. That is not a minor change. That is a removal of the core protections this scheme was approved on. Secondly, impact has been approved without mitigation. The Highways Authority themselves have confirmed that this will lead to up to 1,450 people leaving in 30 minutes with around 450 taxis, increasing the risk of pedestrian conflict and congestion. It's quite a narrow area. Middle Street is not very wide. Ship Street Gardens is a narrow residential twitton, no gates, no barriers, no protection. Middle Street is in a state of disrepair and needs improvement to the roadway, lighting, CCTV, etc. Both are part of the cumulative impact zone. No disbursement strategy is proposed through an increase, though an increase of capacity is sought. No taxi strategy is proposed, although I note the officer's conditions around this. No infrastructure improvements are suggested. No Section 106 obligations are in place. Mitigation seems to be pushed to the future after the harm occurs. Thirdly and finally, this is not an abstract risk, not to us. Ship Street Gardens and Middle Street have already endured over 15 years of ongoing antisocial behaviour. This proposal, combined with those existing pressures, creates an unprecedented level of impact, which is real and not theoretical. It risks making our homes here unlivable. Thank you very much for your time today. I just want to end with the Council is committing to reducing antisocial behaviour in vulnerable geographic areas, and I think Ship Street Gardens and Middle Street are two of those areas. You're being asked to approve increased impact, remove the protections, and trust that mitigations will come in later. But once this is approved, the harm falls on residents and not on the applicant. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chairman, for your presentation. And I believe we have Chris Smith in the room as well. Oh, not in the room, sorry, online. Good afternoon, Chris.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to add my thoughts as well.
Thank you for attending. You've got 3 minutes.
Yeah, understood. I'm a resident in the Avalon building, which is directly opposite the Hippodrome. I can see it through the window just here. And I'm also director of the company that represents the owners and residents of Avalon, which is about 60 flats here. Many of us use Middle Street entrance where the Hippodrome is regularly, and the noise from Middle Street can reverberate through into the apartment area. You need to understand, I think, the Hippodrome is a residential area with a vibrant local community. It's quite different to other large venues, certainly in Brighton, in that sense. We think the proposed increase in capacity from 1,800 to 2,300 means a direct negative impact on all of us living here. Yeah, it translates to more late night noise, more disturbance from antisocial behaviour, and more difficulties accessing our homes, particularly in the evenings. In my view, the transport plan is nowhere near ambitious enough. It references survey data from Concord 2, totally different venue on a very different, wider, non-residential road. It estimates up to 450 taxis picking people up in an intensive period late at night. The noise and safety implications of cars and pedestrians mingling are enormous. Already, Middle Street is littered with illegally parked cars day and evening, often forcing people onto the road in front of traffic. I see no reference to the challenges of the emergency services trying to gain access to the area around the time the Hippodrome is emptying. The transport plan relies on an event management plan, which at the very least, we would have a sense we need to be actively involved in that as residents in drawing up that plan and coming up with something which is really going to be able to work. It's no good just asking us to comment on something somebody else invents. Personally, I think Middle Street, Ship Street through to East Street should be pedestrianised and only accessible for deliveries. And Ship Street Gardens absolutely should be gated in order to stop crowds passing through there. I don't think Wardens is enough. I also have a concern about the proposed roof structure. I noticed James said, well, there's no real harm apart from those of us who happen to be looking out at the Hippodrome. Well, I can tell you, if you came to my flat, you would see quite a significant impact because it is a much bigger roof that there's being proposed. I recognise the importance of the sound, managing the sound, but I'm just wondering if there aren't smarter ways of being able to do that. We all want this iconic building to be open and to live again, but it has to live alongside its local residents. We've enjoyed great relations with Maxims as a development site, and I've got huge respect for what they've taken on. We were inspired by their original thinking, and we really do want to see this work as a site. But what's being planned at the moment is not something that looks as though it will work for the local community. And we really don't think you should allow the increase in capacity from 1,800 to 2,300. There you go, I'll pause there.
Thank you, Chris. Simon, would you like to have a seat at the front? And if you'd kind of like to introduce yourself, and you've got a button on the bottom right, yeah, and then you've got 3 minutes. Sorry, 6 minutes from
Right.
when you're
Thank you very much. Yes, my name's Simon Lambour. I'm here representing Maxim. We're the company who purchased the Hippodrome 5 years ago. And we've been going through the arduous process ever since to save it. Thank you to the members for hearing me again on this today, and thank you also to the general public of Brighton that have been so supportive of our efforts throughout what's been quite an arduous process. I was last here back in April 2024 when the original plans were permitted. At that stage, we did not have an operator on board, and we did make it clear that we would need to amend the plans to alter the configuration and layouts to suit the operator's preference. This is a significantly simplified set of plans and operation and has effectively come about from a concentration on making the auditorium performance space work and fitting all of its operational needs around it. As a result, we have removed the members bar and restaurant, the foyer bar and roof terrace bars. The resultant impact from a travel perspective is lower than the approved plans. The point that seems to have been vocalised by some, that this application is for an increase in capacity, is misplaced. The capacity of the existing 125-year-old venue is set by the fire regulations. For transparency, we have, of course, provided the likely capacity that the fire engineers have calculated, which is 2,300. It should be noted that this is almost half the capacity of the venue during its 1960s heyday, when 4,500 were reported to have attended the Beatles, and again similar for the Rolling Stones. Even as a bingo hall, the capacity was similar to what is being proposed now. To clarify again that this application is for the amendments to the layouts and for the approval of acoustic treatment works to the building. Most importantly, the new acoustic roof covering. The acoustic treatment works are over and above what is called for, given that this is an existing venue. But nevertheless, these proposals commit to £3 million of acoustic treatment works to protect neighbours from any risk of disruption. We now have a single operator for the whole of the Phase 1 development, and there has been a significant level of professional consultant review of the building in the period since. I would guess that over £1 million has been spent on consultant input from fire engineers, acoustic engineers, M&E engineers, and the design of the acoustic roof and items like that have been thoroughly pored over, and this is the set of plans that is fixed now and is achievable and viable. Complying with the modern regulations has not been an easy task when you have a 125-year-old Grade 2 star listed theatre to work with. The Hippodrome makes up over an acre of the old town. It lying dormant for so long has led to the area becoming a crime hotspot, a dark spot in a position so close to West Street, the seafront and the lanes. In the past 5 years, we have had many requests from Sussex Police for CCTV footage for numerous incidents that have taken place outside on Middle Street. Drug dealing, GBH and many other offences have been taking place in the immediate area, along with graffiti and criminal damage. Ship Street Gardens have been suffering from public urination and worse, given the limited public surveillance. We have had a constant battle with free runners and people breaking into the building, along with criminal damage. The reactivation of the building is going to see it come back alive with all of its entrances and doors enlivened that will bring with it a level of public surveillance that will deter crime. Staff attending the building every day, along with CCTV installations and events, will bring this important part of the old town back to life. This will not be a bad thing. The level of expenditure in nearby bars and restaurants by visitors before and after shows is going to be significant. The operator is a leader in the operational management of these venues and has a deep understanding of how to get people into and out of the building as quickly and as safely as possible. They have already conducted significant work on the operational planning and will be engaging with the local authority on this in line with all of the condition discharges. With regard to Ship Street Gardens, we appreciate there has long been a wish by the residents to gate the lane at each end. It is a public highway, and so that is not up for us to be able to influence. The operator has stated that as part of the events management plan, there will be, as a minimum, a marshal positioned at the start and end of Ship Street Gardens. This level of surveillance and oversight will be an improvement. It's going to deter any late night urination, which is what they currently experience. I genuinely think it's going to be an improved situation for this building to be reopened with the level of activity that it's going to bring to the area. On the whole, I've consulted Ship Street Gardens Residents Association throughout our ownership, both on the works and plans to save the building. I've met Chris a number of times, as he alluded to earlier. That was particularly in the run-up to the original approval. They've been very supportive in general, and I would hope that they would say that we've always been very approachable and responsive. However, it does seem that there is a small contingent, which I think China is representing today, that have moved into the lane in very recent years, some of which have been since our original approval in 2024. I would just say that I don't really agree that this is a residential area. the centre of Brighton and Hove in terms of restaurants, bars, hospitality, entertainment and performances. We've tried to accommodate and bent over backwards to try and mitigate as much of any forecast disruption that could possibly be foreseen here, and that's to be shown in our commitment to 3 million of acoustic treatment works. The operator is going to be coming forward with a very detailed operational and events management plan, and they will be looking to engage with the local residents along with the local authority to sort of come up with this in a collaborative way.
Thank you, Simon. Sorry, just over time. Thank you. Who would like to start with the questions? I'm sure there are many. Councillor Nairn.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I just want to make sure I've understood something. The condition 29 commits the events management plan to being a dynamic document that's subject to review. Is that correct? So can I quickly ask what the mechanism for review will look like?
They'll need, well, the condition as it is requiring that a review is undertaken on a yearly, a year 1, 3 and 5, or if the material use of the venue was to change. So what that would look like would be that the applicant or the owner at the time would need to then resubmit that events management strategy in accordance with either the events that's happened over the course of that last year, or in order for us to review, and then we can review that as a local planning authority and agree to any changes that need to be done. I would say that if I can appreciate, obviously this is a concern to the public and it's a concern to the councillors, and if councillors wanted us to at least bring the initial drafts of that events management strategy before the planning committee, we can do that.
So will the mechanism by which the events management plan is reviewed, will that involve the local community?
Well, when the events management strategy itself is discharged, it would be open for the public to comment on it. We can ensure that as part of that events management strategy, the public are involved in that consultation process, for sure.
Councillor Theobald.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I don't know if the applicant can answer this, but will the historic features like the Palm Court interior still be there? So I'm not sure, it doesn't say really in the report. And you say about there's an exit. It looks like it's all one exit. Will there be any exits like from Ship Street with all those where the entrances are? Will there be exits as well after the performances?
In terms of the Palm Court interiors, the interior design is all being brought forward at the moment, and there will be a further listed building application that's going to be coming forward for all of those details. The Palm Court interiors there's been some debate as to the age of them, and some people say 1930s, other people say 1970s, 1980s. We feel it's more Mecca Bingo installation, given the materials that have been used and whatnot, but nonetheless the interior designers are looking to incorporate the best parts of that, the salvageable parts of it. A lot of it has been sort of succumbed to dry rot and water penetration and staining, but they are looking to incorporate all of that into the interior design. In terms of exits, there are 6 exits onto Middle Street, and then the double width exit that goes over the side yard and comes out opposite Middle Street School.
Councillor Winter.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask a question about how the character of the area will be retained, because at the moment it's a little bit sort of all over the place. There are bits and pieces everywhere, but this is a real opportunity to create community feel to it that isn't only dependent on the nighttime economy, but actually what it feels like for people walking through the area during the day and enjoying the route to the lanes and so on. So I just wondered if you could describe something about that.
We would say, so as part of our contract with the operator, it's been very important to us that they're going to be putting on a variety of performance, and it's also been important to us about the given the level of work and sort of blood, sweat and tears that we put into it, we don't just want people enjoying it 3 nights a week. And we've actually got in the contract that there will be an enlivening of it in daytimes and, you know, through whatever that looks like, dramatic performance or tours or, you know, allowing the school to, or schools to do performances there. Yeah, so we have built that in to try and drive footfall away from the nighttime as well. It will be live music led, of course. That's the sort of viable position at the minute. That's what the market calls for. Yeah, we have long thought that, and agree with Chris that, you know, pedestrianisation of Boyce's Street in particular would be great for the area and would encourage a lot of those shops to sort of go back to their heyday. We've had some very interesting discoveries in the Hippodrome of just how many shops and confectionaries and bakeries used to supply the Hippodrome, and it would be great to see those sorts of local businesses popping up and populating those shops again.
Councillor Parrott.
As a follow-on actually from Councillor Nann's question about the event management plan, is it possible to bring that forward? You're saying that will be a year in. I'm just wondering if it's possible to set a condition whereby that is actually reviewed maybe at 3 months, 6 months, because obviously there is a lot of local concern around this. I was just wondering about whether in that first year particularly something could be put in place that would be a little bit more you know, dynamic, so that we could actually follow through and see how that event management plan is actually working.
Yeah, I would say, sorry, excuse me. There's obviously the premises licence also does have a lot of conditions, and they relate to very, very similar measures. So if, for example, you know, there's poor behaviour around the streets almost immediately, the public can push for a review of that licence with the licensing team almost straight away. So between the residents and Sussex Police, if there are recurring consistent problems, that there can be a request for that licence to be reviewed at a very early stage. Clearly, the events management plan as it is identified as being prior to first use. So before they begin anything, they need to agree that management plan. I can propose that I can make a slight amendment to say that we can review it after 6 months. I would also probably actually propose an amendment, given the question from Councillor Nann, that the operators do engage in some community consultation as part of the review of that plan and provide those details to the LPA. And if the committee is happy with that, then I can just certainly insert those elements into the events management plan condition as it exists. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was my point really, was to try and create something that was more consultative and more dynamic in terms of the review, rather than just waiting for a year. And also, I hear what you're saying, that residents can of course push for something, but actually it would feel better for me if there was something that was consultative and something that was, you know, in train, rather than people actually having to push for something.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We see from the variations that the roof is going to go up by 3 metres, and we heard an objector saying it's going to impact their view. How many properties are impacted by this 10 feet rise, and what view do they have that's being impacted? They don't look over the sea, do they, or the downs or something? I just wonder what the actual material impact of the rise and roof is on the views, since somebody has seen fit to object, thank you, on it.
Yes, of course. I think probably the easiest way to deal with this is to look at some satellite imagery. I mean, undoubtedly, you know, there will be a change to views for those that can see it. But firstly, as you're probably aware, views of this nature would not be a material planning consideration. And certainly there's enough separation so as to resolve any concerns over loss of outlook. Do excuse me, I'm slightly unwell, so I might be choking on my words a little bit. Right, here's the satellite imagery of the site. Clearly, Mr. Smith can identify his own where he lives, but I believe this is the Avalon development here. And so if we orientate this to the south, The part of the reason why we've got officers are confident that the rise in the roof scape won't cause sufficient harm to residences is partly due to its orientation and then partly due to its separation. So when we look at the orientation as existing, we're looking from the sea at this point. As the sun moves east to west, any overshadowing would be very limited and would occur really to within the Hippodrome's own auditorium footprint. The properties to the north here are sufficiently separated along Duke's Lane for that to cause no harm to any of those adjoining residential properties along here. This is all still within the residential site, within the Hippodrome site, When you look to the south, the properties along Ship Street Gardens and that lower part of the Old Town Conservation Area, I appreciate this is not an exact science, but the roof is already taller than those properties. So there are very, very, very few properties with any direct line of sight to the existing roof from the south. So again, that would cause very little direct impact to those. Admittedly, from the upper floors of properties as they sit along Middle Street on the opposite side, so on the western side, there would be a change to their outlook. They would be able to see a roof which is 1.5 metres taller at its eaves than it is at the moment, and 3 metres in total height as a result of an increased pitch. However, in our consideration, the roof would remain within overall the same footprint, and therefore that change would not be considered to be significantly harmful, and certainly not harmful enough to warrant refusal. So it's for that reason that we're recommending an approval of that element as we stand. Thank you.
Councillor Sheed.
Thank you, Chair. Just before I ask my question, I just want to clarify something that you kind of talk about roughly in the presentation about the uplift in the audience capacity from 1,800 to 2,300. Am I right in understanding that as it stands under planning permission currently, they have the right to have 2,300 people in the 2,300 guests in the building currently, but that's 1,800 in the actual Hippodrome and then another 500 in the external bars, and this is to transfer it all into the Hippodrome?
By and large, yeah. I mean, the previous application doesn't restrict and doesn't cap capacity, so ultimately that could occur. They could, in theory, an increased audience capacity over 1,800 could occur now without breaching planning. But yes, it's right to say that there were other allowances there within the private members club and the cafe bar, which have now removed elements from the scheme. So there is largely a transfer of patrons, certainly in terms of highways meals, a transfer of trip movements.
Thank you. I don't know if you have this to hand, but in the initial transport plan for people visiting the Hippodrome, was there an idea of how many were coming by different modes of transport, how many were driving into the city, how many were coming by train, taxi, bus, and so on and so forth?
Yes, there would have been. I can dig that document out, but it might take me some time to locate that particular document, those particular numbers. But we do have our highways team on hand if you want to ask any specific questions. I think I'd probably just say that I suppose what we're looking at here on this application is this 500 people uplift. And even in that sort of sense, we are just being largely transparent around what that is. Whilst also simultaneously actually aware of the fact that actually would be no breach of planning for them to operate with a higher capacity as it is. Those are set by the fire rates. I think just in those kind of broad terms as well, I mean, we are in the commercial centre of the city. The areas of West Street, just to the west of the site, Kings Road to the south of the site, and North Street, not far to the north, are really very key arterial routes and are key commercial parts of the city, where dispersal of the audience to those main areas, it would be relatively very, very quick. I mean, it takes probably less than a minute to walk north from the Hippodrome to North Street.
Yeah, I won't make you dig up the document. I was just wanting to get an idea, because obviously with an 1,800 base audience, the transport plan would have been 1,800 people using different transport methods, and they would have judged that. And that probably would put a short release, 1,800 people coming out using those public transport connections within a short space of time would put great pressure. I was just wondering if that extra 500 was going to massively overstress any of those key arterial points.
Well, that's for the exact reason that we required the additional, the applicants provided the additional transport assessment was to consider that, and that was then evaluated by our highways team, who didn't have any objection to it and considered that the impacts would not be severe.
On the back of that, because I read that document, annoyingly, I did have it open on my computer, but I can't find it now because I know that 49% of those people were going to be dispersing on foot. Could we bring in highways? Did you say that somebody from Transport says here?
Mr. Pearce, are you there and available online?
I am, yes. Good afternoon, councillors.
Hi, good afternoon. Councillor Sheard, did you want to address him directly, or do you want me to? Do you want to go on? All right, okay. Yeah, thanks for joining us. I wanted to clarify one thing because I know that there's been raised among residents. You have done a new review, haven't you? Well, it sounds like I'm loading the question. Have you done a new review to examine the issue of an extra 500 patrons visiting this venue?
It has been assessed. We have kind of taken into consideration that it is an additional compared with it has been reviewed previously, and the amount that we're talking about when considering the site and the various routes that they would take from there, and it would be linked to other venues as well. That quite a lot of the people leaving there they'd be travelling, actually staying in the city, or they'd be walking to the taxi ranks to exit the site. That we didn't consider that it was significant enough, basically, to warrant an objection.
Sorry, I'm really confused. Sorry, you just talked about other venues. I'm asking specifically about this venue. Did you assess the transport? I mean, the figures that are, and as I said, I did have them in front of me, and it's really irritating that I can't lay my hands on them now. Maybe Matthew can bring them up. But you have assessed the venue for a capacity of 1,800 audience, and you've also done a further assessment, have you, for 2,300? That's what I'm trying to establish.
Yeah, it was the applicant's agents that would have made the assessment, and we have agreed with their assessment.
Ah, okay, great. Have we got the? Is it? Oh, sorry. Hold on.
So it's just to try and assess, if we can just clarify that clearly the original application had a very robust full transport assessment, and that was assessed. I think the Jess was talking to, and then when he's talking about sort of perhaps he's talking about linked trips to other venues within the city, so that people aren't necessarily every trip within the city relating to the auditorium or relating to the Hippodrome. It's not specifically solely for that, and then solely going home. There'll be other linked trips to other venues or coming from other venues within the city environment.
Yes. Yeah, that's correct as well. Sorry. And just also in terms of the mode share, that's figures that were in the document. We agree with the applicants that actually, that's what I was trying to say earlier, that much of these, the taxi journeys are likely to be people walking to either East Street or West Street, the taxi ranks, to leave the Hippodrome, rather than being directly on Middle Street or that surrounding area.
Well, that actually leads me to my next question, which is where are the nearest taxi ranks? So yes, you're right to point out East Street and West Street, but if we're talking, so we've got 49% of the visitors, the patrons to the venue coming on foot. Are there going to be provisions? Is this part of something that we would put in as a sort of conditional? I'm asking you this, Matthew, or indeed James, I'm not quite sure. What I'm trying to say is, is there the capacity currently at the taxi ranks to cope with this kind of increase in visitor numbers? And is that something we could condition?
Personally, I don't know whether we'll have the information as to whether there's capacity within the taxi network. Right. We do obviously have a travel plan that still remains as a condition that's there to try and encourage sustainable forms of transport. It's obviously a very sustainable location within the city itself. So as well as the travel plan for those attending the venue, there's the delivery servicing management plan for those servicing the venue, and then we also have the construction environmental management plan for the actual dealing with the construction phases. And as I say, I can bring up the terms of which transport assessment you wanted to have a look at, but I can bring that up for ease of your reference. The latest one, I do have that up. I can share that with you now. But yes, ultimately, I think if there were any concerns over that this uplift was, what really this uplift is sort of said is actually during, as there may be an overall drop in the number of actual daily movements associated with this because the various different elements of the scheme have been removed and simplified, but those movements are then obviously much more likely to take place around the entry and exit to the auditorium. Can I just please ask you, what is there a particular part of this document that you'd like to see, or? It's currently 18 pages. I think I found it. Hold on a second.
Councillor Murphy?
Sorry, just to clarify, what I think you're asking for, certainly what I will be asking for, is there a piece of paper from the applicant or us which simply says we have assessed the travel requirements, travel plan, for 2,300 people, and our people in their assessment have said, yep, this is fine, signed it off. So I don't need to wait through 18 pages, I just need a signature somewhere.
Yeah.
I think, Councillor, all we can really do is say that it's been assessed by our transport team who, if they had concerns and if they wanted further mitigations, they would have raised those concerns and asked for that. What they've actually said is they don't have any objection to this. And that's kind of how we generally operate and assess these things. Chair, that table I believe you wanted to see is on the screen.
Yeah. Councillor Peerbot. So a couple of small questions. The extra seating, is that mainly on the ground floor? Was there going to be put tables and chairs or something, wasn't it there before? The other question, the WC block is being deleted. Is there going to be extra toilets to make up for that, around the building? And thirdly, the hotel, I don't think it's got any car parking, but has it got disabled parking? Those three questions, please.
Thank you, Councillor Theobald. Excuse me. The additional capacity hasn't really come from any increase in number of seating, hasn't really come from any increase in size of the venue, for example. It's really just the fact that when the venue size with the supporting spaces has been assessed by the operator's fire engineers, they've confirmed that actually it could cater for a capacity of 2,300. So there's no additional seating, there's no additional size of the auditorium. It's just a general simplification of the scheme that's allowing for extra people to use it when it's been considered by the fire engineers. Yeah.
Well, it does say extra audience participation, so I thought that meant that there'd be extra seating. But do you mean to say some people are just going to come in and have a drink?
No. For a start, the conditions obviously require that the bars remain ancillary to the use of the venue solely anyway. So the venue has to be operational for the bars to be usable. The extra seating, the extra capacity is really only come around because the fire engineers have assessed it and gone, actually, we can do 2,300 people in here instead of 1,800. So they've really just assessed it with these new floor plans and gone, well, that's the capacity that this venue could, in theory, accommodate, judging from the accesses and the exits and the fire exits. So there's no additional seating. No, that's not happening. The WC block of the North Hippodrome House catered for 2 or 3 toilets. So no, the removal of that isn't going to cause any issues in terms of toilet capacity within the venue. In fact, there's a lot more toilets being provided as part of this scheme and the proposed layouts than there were previously. And then you had a request over disabled access. There was no actual disabled parking provided within this scheme or within the hotel scheme. There's no parking spaces provided for any patrons at all. There's only delivery and servicing for vehicles servicing the venue directly.
Councillor Peake?
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to a question related to what Councillor Rathie was saying about the domed roof. I know it's higher, but I just wondered in terms of appearance, because I know that Chris Smith was saying that he was worried about how it looked and it would look from his window. I was just wondering, in terms of materials, is it going to look much the same as it does now, except that it's going to be a lot higher?
That's our understanding, yes. I mean, we won't have the horizontal bandings around it because they're vertical strips, and clearly you don't want to have, the only other element to this, I suppose, is that the fact that there were originally solar panels solar panels proposed to that roof that are no longer there, no longer being proposed, and that's actually to try and improve acoustic breakout. So the more interventions you might have through a roof structure, the more positions there are for noise and vibrations to transmit. So for those reasons, it's actually simplified.
So I've also got, this is a very minor question, I'm just out of interest. I'm really interested in the Grandmaster control panel. I know it's being moved. Will it still be functioning if they really wanted to use it?
I think probably not, no. If you consider that Grandmaster switch is probably not far off the size of 3 of these desks, undertaking a function that is now done on a laptop or on a very, very small controller. So no, I think it's way beyond its functioning. But on that point, though, it is to be relocated to a point where can be appreciable by members of the public, certainly from when they're touring the venue.
Yes, relocated as a museum piece. Anybody else want to ask questions? Okay, well, I might just dive in if I may. We've covered the roof. Can I ask you this, Simon, about you know the problems that the residents are up against, potential problems. I really like the idea that this can be used during the day, because I think in sort of initial discussions, I remember that there was an idea that it would be open during the day. That's not going to be instead of the evening, though, is it? I would have thought that would be sort of supplementary. And then also, I just wondered, how many events are we talking? Because you said that you don't want this to be a venue that's only open 3 nights a week, and it seems to me, I mean, as you said, you've had wonderful support from the public who've all come to look at it, and you've done an amazing job with the ceiling so far. I think it all looks beautiful. There's a lot of public love towards the Hippodrome of that. We can be sure. But yeah, how do you see it sort of going forwards?
In terms of daytime use, they are going to have a full-time management team that are going to be located in the offices at the first floor of Hippodrome House. So that team is going to be, engaging with the local community, and they will, or I think they might have already been in touch with quite a lot of the big local organisations to ensure that the Hippodrome is then, embedded into some of these big seasonal events. And they will also be reaching out to all these other sort of community organisations to be able to allow that type of thing to happen. And we are also retaining there's a heritage dressing room, which is actually a dressing room where the Beatles and the Stones have been photographed, and they're available. I can send those in afterwards, they're available online. But we are retaining that as a heritage room. We've also collected up an awful lot of memorabilia, everything that we've been collecting throughout the build process that we've discovered, we've carefully kept. That's going to be sort of displayed in that room, available for viewing. And we would like to envisage that there might be the demand for some sort of tour. When we did the open days, there was over 7,000 that attended over the 2 days. So there is a lot of local interest, and we are hoping that might drive daytime tours to view some of these sort of back of house areas. Yes, and sorry, second part of the question was?
I'm just wondering how many nights we were looking at. There's a big issue, as you know, from neighbours about the idea of, 2,300 people. Is this 7 nights a week? Is it, how many nights a week are we talking about?
It will be driven by the bookings and demand, and they will be looking to sort of put the calendar out there. These things are booked very long in advance, so we're talking, at least a couple of years away until these things start, and then they'll be able to give a better feel as to the numbers.
Thank you. Councillor Landfill.
I'm happy to wait till you finish your line of thought, Jack. And it's related to that you said. Simon, I know the 2,300 figure is a bit of a red herring. That's been conditioned by the fire service, so we can't really, it's not a planning consideration at this point. Will the goal of every event to have 2,300 people in the building, or will there be a mix of event sizes? And I'm asking that not because of the 2,300 number, because it relates to other things I'm thinking about.
Yeah, again, it will be, driven by the demand of the event, but there are going to be various configurations with this. Touching on Councillor Theobald's comments earlier about capacity, at the minute we have it's 550 seated at circle level, and the capacity change is more to do with the standing capacity of the ground floor, but that is set out in 2 flat tiers, so that you can allow for banqueting and various other arrangements. So once you've got tables and chairs and that sort of type of event, that's going to bring the capacity down to 900 or alike. If it's an awards dinner or any other type of event, there are going to be various configurations and capacities for it. Yeah.
So there will be events that will be squarely aimed at sort of 900 people or 500 people, and then sometimes it'll be 2,300. So there'll be a mix of events then. Thanks.
Okay, just sort of going back to mine then. Can I talk about marshalling? Because are you... I sort of don't even know whether this is a question for you, Simon, because obviously you've now got a venue operator, and are you going to still be closely involved in all, and so if and when we have, 3 monthly, 6 monthly reviews, whatever it is, are you still very much hands-on? And because obviously, that is a huge number of people. I know that there are 6 entrances. I think there were 7, is that right? But one of them's a bar, so that wouldn't be an in and outy thing. So the 6 on Middle Street. How many marshals are going to be there, and how quickly do you get rid of that number of people? I just don't know.
Yeah, that will come out through the event management plan and be driven by the operator, but they have committed to, there will be a marshal at each end of Ship Street Gardens, and there will also be a number of marshals driven by risk assessments, by the manager of the venue at the time, as to depending on the capacity of the show and the number of patrons that are going to be expecting. They go into a great level of detail. They'll be able to talk a lot more about this, but they will look at the genre of the show that's going on, and then that will be used to drive the sort of safe entrance and egress for it. They in terms of number of patrons, I think they were working on figures of 8 or 9 patrons per minute at some point per entrance, which doesn't sound that overly that much. And they have incorporated other bar areas, including a hospitality suite in the 2nd floor area, which will then stagger that capacity sort of as it comes out of the venue, so that you will have a varied entrance and egress to make sure that taxi ranks and things aren't overwhelmed for those sort of sold out events.
Just trying to do some maths here, so that's about 50 a minute, and then you've got 2,300. So
they have a very detailed web of sort of working out the flows,
okay.
And so that would be, I can't really speak to it, to be honest, but that would be in the half an hour before the show or something, rather than the...
Because one of the things that was mentioned earlier, this is under condition 29 in the site management, how do you reduce peak arrival and departure? Because when a gig is finished, people leave, right? They're not generally hanging around, are they? So how do you, whatever the word is, distill that, so disperse. Well, I didn't want to use the word disperse because we're talking about people dispersing. But how do you not have all those people leaving at one time? I just don't know.
They will be able to clarify, but they've got a lot of very clever techniques and ways to approach it, from signage and staggered closing down of the venue internally, and keeping some of these bars open for additional periods.
Okay, I suppose that, yeah, I mean, that stacks up. People might want to go and have a final drink or something. Okay. One of the residents had mentioned that the new, what we're asking for, this is a question for you, Matthew, this variation of conditions represents a weakening of bar use restrictions. Would you concur with that?
With respect, no, not at all. No, I think hopefully I've tried to set out in the report that where those conditions previously did relate to the closing of balcony doors and to the use of those balcony spaces, if those balconies are no longer being proposed, there's no need for those conditions. So it's very clear that those elements have been removed. I suppose what's different here is that what we've got is the Section 73 and a listed building consent, which so once that's implementable, all these conditions apply. If they implemented the previous consent, then those conditions would apply. There can't be a sort of half and half. And because of the listed nature of the building, any new openings would need listed building consent and likely planning permission. So it's not something that's ever going to likely to occur by stealth. So no, the removal of those conditions, to my mind, is not any weakening of the existing controls at all.
So there's nothing sort of insidious in this. Actually, it is strictly because, for example, the members' bar has gone and the members' club and then the roof bar, and because those have gone, that's why these variations are happening.
Yes,
it's not going to start allowing. It's not the sort of the thin end of the wedge, as it were.
No. It's not any kind of relaxation, and where I've sort of tried to consider in the report that actually where something could actually be controlled, I have sort of suggested that, okay, I think it's condition 36 or 34, that we actually retain to say, well, actually, if you're not going to use any external areas, well, let's sort of underline this and make sure that you can't then have any amplified audio in these spaces, even if you can't use them. So I've tried as far as possible to make sure that the conditions are as robust as they can be. I do also have one other just come back to you on the comment you were discussing, the Simon, of the dispersal. Yeah, there are different dispersal type incentives in order to maybe arrive earlier, drinks discounts to arrive later, those kind of things. But also, it's, as well as the investment management plan, it is a condition of the licence. So there's a licence policy requirement that you need to have a procedure and a dispersal policy in place, which is to prevent people, and it specifies within the licence that it's to prevent people gathering outside and to prevent altercations and those kind of things in the vicinity. So.
Thank you. I did read the licence before coming here. So the street marshalling, I mean, one of the things that residents have also mentioned, and that was in your presentation, was about gating. Could you clarify this thing about gating for us, whether it does, could this constitute part of the planning application, like a condition here, or is this something completely separate? If you could just clarify that.
My understanding is it's completely separate. It's certainly not required in order to make the development acceptable in planning terms, so it wouldn't be required through a Section 106 contribution or a planning condition. My understanding is that gating of public highways like that occurs where significant antisocial behaviours occur. So there is a separate process, and it's not to say that this could never happen, it's just to say that it would be a process outside of planning. So if residents do start to experience really regular pressure and issues over this, then it's something they could explore with the council through other means. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. One of the residents also asked about the roof and said, "Are there smarter ways to achieve acoustic to meet the acoustic requirements?" Can you answer that? Are there?
I think, to my mind, it's to replace the roof, and they have provided some pretty detailed acoustic specifications that have been assessed by us. We still have the pre and the post completion testing to make sure that works. The issue, I suppose, if you wanted to retain the existing roof and do it in some other way, there is a real problem because we've got the historic plasterwork, so you can't put a full ceiling in within the venue without obscuring that. You then can't put something over the top of that without putting a new roof in, which is exactly what's being proposed. So there's probably, if you left the roof as it is, there's probably a good chance it would end up functioning as a big speaker, which you really don't. Well, because the vibrations of an auditorium with a circular surround like that, but that's why we've got a new roof being proposed. So, in its worst case scenario, that's what the engineers have considered, because it is clearly in the operator's interest to make sure that the acoustic measures are sufficient and do work.
I can't help but noticing that we have a person who looks after noise in the room, Timothy, who very kindly gave us a presentation on noise last week. Are you here for this? This Timothy, Do you have a microphone there, Timothy, or not? No? Okay. Well, yeah, just go and pump yourself at the end or something. As you know, the Hippodrome's in my ward, and when we were having a presentation from you last week, I said to you that by far the worst problem that I have in Regency Ward, which is the city centre, is noise. Is this something, what's your involvement with the Hippodrome and how do you see it? Oh, that's a bit vague. What's your assessment?
Yeah, well, I wasn't involved in I'm Timothy Stark, the Environmental Protection team. So I wasn't involved initially, but was involved at a later stage with regards to confirming the conditions and how we would progress. I'm satisfied that we went out within Sussex to our specialist acoustic consultants who work in other local authorities and discussed the proposal and then came back with what I believe to be a robust condition. We'd like to highlight that there will be post-implementation, there will be the testing. That will allow an opportunity for any redress or any rebalance at that stage. So the work will be completed and then there will be this testing at the new sensitive receptors. That gives an opportunity to make adjustments. The condition is quite clear with regards to that, about the post-installation testing. And what we've also, the consultant also looked at industry best practice and looked at other real life examples as well. So we've been able to draw from that. This is why when we created condition 27, we've asked for this post-installation testing so we can obviously verify the robustness at that stage.
Excellent, thank you, I appreciate your help. Anybody got any questions on noise? No? So the answer to my question is, are there smarter ways to achieve acoustic requirements is no. And the idea of that roof being the speaker, that just absolutely horrifies me.
That was probably a comment out of turn. But I would say that obviously the roof installation is taking place with a new roof, and then you've got the interior sound walls as well. So they're doing about as much as they can within the building envelope to contain any of that.
Did you want to come in on that?
Sorry, I just add. So we've had our acoustic consultants, and then the operator has also had their acoustic consultants. So there's been this very much collaborative working process over the last 2 years. That has ended up agreeing a design criteria with the local authority, which is a sort of nationally accepted design criteria for live entertainment venues, and definitely on the more sensitive side of things, as I understand it. We have then identified and designed acoustic walls that have their own foundations that are also isolated with rubber vibration isolation matting, and then we've worked up to the new roof. The new roof that we had put on was another lightweight timber frame. That was because of the structure wouldn't allow for any further structure. This proposal is actually deals with the strengthening of the steel frame as well as foundations, and then an extension of that steel frame upwards to then allow for 200 kilograms a square metre of acoustic treatment. The original acoustic treatment, we went out to various designers, builders, that came in at over a metre. We then went back through it and said that's too high. There were some plans that we'd submitted to Matthew at the start. That was quite a bit higher than where we are now. We managed to rationalise that, and that came down to a build-up of about 600 mil thick, as well as some other design tweaks to get the steel frame down even further. And so that's effectively where we've come out at. The acoustic treatment process is driven by the density of the products used, and as a result they're very heavy, and so this 600 mil build-up is various layers of high density cement boards and layers of insulation, and then various sprung elements to absorb all the vibration. And so it's very much has been through the ringer to try and minimise that impact, minimise that increase as much as possible, and it is there ultimately to protect the neighbours and residents.
Councillor Winder.
Thank you. I just wanted to raise something about this venue, not just being about loud music and hordes of people, but actually a destination in its own right. And I wondered if you'd seen it in that light as well, and how that might be part of the plan, that people would actually come to visit a historical building in a heritage area. And there could be kind of different kinds of performances like spoken word and literature festivals and all sorts of things like that happening there. Is that the way you see your vision for it? Or is it just going to be this, attempt to provide loud music as it perhaps had in the past, and, that's going to be the kind of main marketing position for it? I'm just interested to know how that will evolve and whether it will become a diverse place for people to visit. Thanks.
Yeah, when you look at the history of the Hippodrome, you realise how it was such an important place locally and a real social melting pot of all different people for all different types of performances. And ultimately, the design and the presentation of the volume of space is going to drive what is an attractive performance within it. So we very much think that the building's almost going to speak for itself in terms of the type of performance it's going to demand. It's an amazing space, so I think can't wait for opening night.
So just, I promise this is my final question. I know you've put a lot of effort into making sure that, you obviously we've heard from one of the residents that you've already been to their, their property. I know that, personally you've invested quite a lot in, in making sure that, residents' concerns are heard and to a large, as far as you possibly can, that they're met. This is, I suppose my concern is you're sort of now handing over to a venue operation. I know you said that they're going to be on hand, that they've got an office there, and will they be as invested in the local community as you have been? I think that's my main concern. And will you still have sort of ongoing dealings with them so that, I don't want to be, coming to you in 6 months' time with my ward councillor hat saying the residents are unhappy.
Yeah, no, very much. We are going to be involved with the building for a very long time yet. We aren't looking to, we've been through too much with it, and the operator has very kindly given us seats for performance. We've got 25% of performances, so we're going to be there a lot. And I will, still be available and there to sort of, foster that interaction between everyone and listen to all concerns going forward.
Any more questions? Shall we move to debate? Oh, Councillor, debating. Okay, off you go.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, this Hippodrome is located in the historic core of our city, where everything started in terms of what Brighton is and what it's about. And after the pavilion, it's probably the most important heritage asset that we have, and I think to see it being restored is just it's amazing, and I think good luck to Simon and Maxim for taking this forward even further. It's also got cultural significance too, having hosted some of the most famous and influential artists in the world. And I have to say, I still hold out the hope that one day a photo will emerge of Carol throwing herself on the stage when she went to see the Beatles perform. Does it exist, Carol? Is it really there? Is Geoffrey hiding it from us?
Who's next on the debate, please? Nobody? Nobody? Oh, Councillor Earthy, and then Councillor Pitt. Okay, Councillor Theobald and then Councillor.
I reply about the Beatles. I couldn't hear a thing for the screaming. I remember that. And it was spectacular. It was very good. And I've been to the theatre in the Isle of Wight, Isle of Man, sorry, which is a Mention theatre, and that is absolutely wonderful. And I think they've made a fantastic job of the Hippodrome so far. It looks spectacular. It really does. As for the residents, I know worried about the any noise and crime and things, but I think they'd be a bit protected with the marshals and the CCTV and things like that. I think there'd be more protection there. This has been vacant, well, since 2006, and I think if it had been left, it would have just deteriorated beyond repair. So, you know, Maxims have actually saved the day, as far as I'm concerned, with the Hippodrome. And I'm so glad they're going to have a more of a variety of performances, which would be really good. And may I just add that I hope that Max Miller will be included in the Variety Hall of Fame or whatever. Because I'm one of their members. But anyway, I just think if that Hippodrome was not renovated, I think it would have been knocked down and there'd be even a very big block of flats there. So what would you prefer? You know, I mean, I think it's amazing what they've done so far, and I just hope everything gets started very soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Earthy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, I just want to echo those sentiments. Coming into this, I was really concerned about the extra, the rise in attendance capacity from 1,800 to 2,300. So 500 did sound like an awful lot. I did take on board what the applicant was saying, that in the heyday of the Hippodrome, they had an awful lot more people in that than that. But of course, now we have to meet modern standards of attendance management rather than what they did in the 1960s. Presumably with modern standards of attendance management, they might need to stop the lights of Councillor Theobald from throwing herself onto the stage. But seriously though, having listened to the officers saying what work has been done on establishing the safety aspects with fire, dispersion, whatever, travel arrangements and whatever, I'm fully satisfied that the venue can cope with the extra 500. So I'm fully in favour of the application and will be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shears.
Thank you, Chair. This is, I agree with what everyone said, this is an absolutely beautiful building. It's a really key part of our city. And we're in an era where performing arts spaces, especially unique performing arts spaces, are dying out. And the fact we've got one coming back online with organised with a skilled team behind it is absolutely brilliant. And the idea of losing it is something we really shouldn't even be dreaming of considering. I know residents nearby have concerns, but when they say this is a residential area, this is less than 100 metres from Brighton's oldest pub. This is as centre of the city as you can get, as much of a retail commercial zone as you can get. If this is a retail area, where on earth in our city isn't? Where on earth in our city isn't dedicated to people living, where you've got to manage noise all the time, where you've got to manage people all the time and keep it calm and quiet? This is as close to the heart of our city as you humanly get. And I think it's really, really vital that we don't almost kind of grey over our entire cultural heart of our city and kind of make it plain and dull. I don't want to live in Eastbourne. So
careful there if I was your councillor. Do we have any other comments? Any more for debate? Councillor Pickett.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I'm really glad that we've now got the operator in place and that we can now see what the clear plan is, and it looks like a really great plan. I'm also happy that the Hippodrome and Hippodrome House has got priority phasing to be completed before the hotel, because I think that was quite important. I think it's going to be amazing, and I know people are worried about extra traffic, but this is always going to be renovated. This building was always on the cards to be renovated, and so I'm really glad to see that it's happening. I will be voting for it. Thank you.
Councillor?
Yeah, I'm really glad there's an opportunity that the event management plan's dynamic and there's an opportunity to review it. And I think that was the biggest concern, that the impact of the extra people might materially affect the people who live around there. But if there's an opportunity for them to get involved and feedback and say, look, this is what it's been like, then I think that covers that. I think Councillor Parrott said perhaps at 3 months and 6 months. I would stick with a year personally, because I don't think anything really works as it's going to work in the future after 3 or 6 months. I think giving something a year lets it bed in. So, but apart from, that's not really relevant. I'm going to vote for it because there's no reason not to.
For my 2 pennies, I'm quite familiar with this on both sides, and I think we've heard from one of the residents saying that they are on board with the development of the hippodrome. They're pleased, as we all are, to see it being brought back into life. It's just the impact that it could potentially have. So I think we've got some quite robust conditions there. We've got noise looked at, we've got transport looked at. I'm putting every faith in the venue operator that the marshalling will work. I'm aware that there's a move request for gating, but I know that that's not something we can cover under planning anyway. I very much hope that you'll continue to work well with the neighbours and we can look forward to a great venue opening. So I will be in favour. Are we ready to move to a vote? All those in favour?
Thank you, Chair. That's unanimously agreed. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we need to vote on the LBC too.
Yes. Sorry, we've got the second. Do we need a presentation for this? Oh, okay. So because it's a listed building, we have BH 2025-02726. All those in favour?
Thank you, Chair. That's unanimously agreed as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, Simon, and thank you to everybody online for coming this afternoon. I would propose that we take a 10-minute break before the next application. If you could be back here by 4, that'd be great. Thank you. Everybody. We're now going to move on to the minor applications, and we've got BH 2025-00500. And Maria is going to give the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. This application is at 23 Shirley Drive, BH 2025-00500. The application is for planning permission for the erection of a two-storey detached dwelling with a basement, and it is part retrospective. In terms of background, this application seeks to partly regularise the development that has already been constructed on site, as the house was not built in accordance with the previous permission for a dwelling here. And in addition, now as part of this application, more changes are also proposed to the dwelling. Following previous unsuccessful negotiations with the local planning authority, we did issue an enforcement notice for demolition of the development, and that notice still remains extant. A new applicant has now taken on the site and now seeks a revised scheme to the scheme that we issued the notice for. And that is to partly retain what is there, but to also propose some additional changes. And I've listed what those additional changes, the key ones are. The main one is construction of a basement, which didn't form part of the original permission at all. So there are now 4 bedrooms instead of 3 proposed. There are some changes to fenestration and porch. There's also some changes from the materials from brick that was approved to render, which is now in place. A proposed green roof, an actual living green roof is proposed to replace an artificial green roof that was placed contrary to a condition that was originally sought. And the final change, since this application has been submitted and since the original approval, some issues have come to light that the vehicular access serving the site is unlikely to be acceptable to the local highway authority. And that's due to the proximity of a street tree. So they're the main sort of changes from when it was last given planning permission and from when we served the notice. So here is the existing and as-built location plan. As you can see, this is a backland development. So you've got the main property, number 23, right on Shirley Drive here to the west. And you'll note in this block plan that there's already a bit of a precedent set for backland development in this area. Here's an aerial photo of the site. Again, showing that sort of long access way to Shirley Drive. And again, this shows the property as built. This is the current front of the property, and here's the tree in question that is a constraint on potentially providing a vehicular access. And again, that's just looking back the other way towards Hove Recreation Ground and Shirley Drive. This is the front elevation as built, and just sort of note the materials, the fenestration, the porch. This is again just another view, I think looking north, front elevation as built. This is the rear patio garden. Another view of the rear garden. And again, just noting some of the boundary treatments to some of the neighbours. And again, just noting sort of some of the distances to some of the neighbours there. So this was what was previously approved on the site. So just noting, I don't know if you can see my cursor actually, but it's obviously there's sort of 2 rectangular parts there at the back. And again, this is the proposed site plan. So in terms of siting and footprint, it is very similar to what was approved previously. These are the previously approved elevations, so quite a simple contemporary design, brick built. Just note sort of the flat roof porch. And again, that was the proposed, these are the proposed side elevations, just showing dotted line with the basement there. And again, just showing you the different elevations, so very sort of simple design. I put a comparison here so you can see So we've lost perhaps some of that articulation maybe of the different parts of the building and a more sort of traditional looking porch, but essentially a very similar, simple sort of contemporary approach. And again, we've got the ground floor on the left as approved, then as built on the right, so not significantly different, and then as proposed, again, not significantly different. So it's still sort of retaining generally that L shape.
Sorry, can I just stop you there a second? Is there some background noise that... Is it just me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's outside the room.
Oh, okay, speaker one says, okay. Could everyone make sure that they've got their microphone switched off? Please.
Okay, carry on.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Obviously, please let me know if you can't hear me or if those at home can't hear me. This is the first floor plan again. Nothing really has changed significantly here except that they've introduced some photovoltaic panels on the side here, but you've still got 3 bedrooms at first floor. This is where the main change is really at basement level. So as built on the left, that's currently what's there now, showing 6 bedrooms with quite small windows and light wells. And what's...
Sorry, Maria. Does anyone know where that noise is coming from? Yes, I can hear a hum of voices. Okay. Okay, it seems to have gone. Okay, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, so the main difference is that this application now proposes some more significant light wells to make sure that this basement area... Sorry, I can hear that now. Don't know what that is. But I'll plough on, but let me know if it's a problem for you.
It's coming from outside the room, James.
It sounds like it's coming through a wall. Let me have a quick wander.
Thank you, James.
And you'll notice that 2 of the bedrooms, the windows have been blocked up to effectively become storage areas now, and then there's just 1 bedroom and living space at basement level. And again, this shows you the introduction of those wider light wells. And the basement was the main reason that the enforcement notice was issued, essentially, because it was a significant change and we had concerns also about the standard of accommodation. So it wasn't about the fact, that they had built a house without permission. It was primarily that the basement itself was the main issue. So we've had 10 letters of representation objecting for the following reasons: that the approval was set an unwanted precedent, that it's contrary to planning law, it's unauthorised, should be demolished, that it's overdevelopment and there's a loss of garden space, that it's poorly constructed, that the design's poor and out of character, the impact to trees, wildlife and ecology not fully considered, the impact to amenity, loss of light, overbearing, inappropriate height to neighbours, air quality, access, highways and traffic issues, does not meet the code for sustainable homes, and that a similar development was refused at number 19 Shirley Drive. So the key considerations for yourselves are whether the principle of a dwelling in this location is acceptable, whether its design and appearance is acceptable, whether the impact on neighbouring properties is acceptable, together with that standard of accommodation for future occupiers of this house. Transport and highways issues are also a consideration, as are trees, ecology and landscaping and sustainability. So, to conclude, the principle of a dwelling on this site has previously been established, as you can see from the previous planning history. This scheme would make a minor but welcome, obviously, contribution to the council's housing targets through the provision for family dwelling house, and we do have to give that weight in the planning balance as per the NPPF. The standard of accommodation would be improved through this application with those larger light wells and that amended layout to prevent additional bedrooms at that basement level. And when you take that the standard of accommodation of the dwelling as a whole, so with the very good, sort of quite generous standard accommodation at ground and first floor levels, overall it's considered satisfactory. It's not that unusual to have storage rooms in houses, etc. And the use and the layout of that basement will be conditioned. and it will make sure that it will be carried out within a certain time period and retained. The areas you've seen on the block plan has got a precedent of backland development already. As officers, we do acknowledge that the design is of lesser quality than what was proposed, but it's still an overall simple contemporary approach, not dissimilar to the previous scheme. The use of white render instead of brick is considered acceptable. There's lots of examples of that in the immediate area. And, importantly as well, you don't see this in the main public realm or street scene. It's only sort of private views from gardens. Because the scale and footprint is very similar to what was approved and height, etc. Last time, no significant impacts to neighbours have been identified. The scheme would be sustainable. The applicant has confirmed that they can meet our usual sustainability requirements, so they are being conditioned as well in terms of EPC ratings, water usage, green roof, etc., etc. And the scheme also includes biodiversity enhancement. They're conditioned as well. And we will also secure landscaping, because the landscaping that was originally shown as part of the original permission was never really fully implemented. So we can bolster that to make sure that the landscaping serves wildlife as well as protecting amenity and providing sufficient soft landscaping on the site. And as I mentioned, it's not yet been fully established whether vehicle access to the site can be successfully achieved due to that proximity of that adjacent street tree. However, that could be considered totally separate to the planning process by the Highway Authority. It doesn't prevent you making a decision now. As set out in the report, we don't consider that having vehicular access is absolutely necessary to make this development acceptable. It's one single house. It could be acceptable as a car-free development. The area has capacity overall for sufficient parking if required, and it's not that far from public transport. So we don't feel that you could justify refusal on the fact that if, which it hasn't been fully demonstrated because they're still exploring it with our highways team, with our agricultural team, if they cannot achieve that crossover, a car-free development would be acceptable here. That's our recommendation. So overall, the dwelling, as now revised, would accord with national and local policy and guidance, and obviously we have to give some weight to housing delivery, and therefore this application is recommended for approval, obviously with the conditions as set out in the report.
Thank you. Still humming going on, isn't there, in the background? Oh well. Let me go to Esme Hall. Hello, Esme. Are you online?
Hello. Yes. Can you hear me?
Fine. Yes. Welcome to the Planning Committee, Esme. You've got 3 minutes to talk, and as soon as you're ready, we will press the button and off you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm a local resident, and I've opposed this development at every stage. I respectfully urge you to depart from the officer's recommendation today, and I believe the report provides you with clear grounds to do so. A planning inspector's already ruled the building should be demolished. The officer's report confirms that at paragraph 9.3, the enforcement appeal was dismissed in July 2025. A planning inspector, a higher authority than the officer, upheld the demolition notice, concluding the building's wholly unauthorised and must be demolished. Granting retrospective permission now would directly contradict that decision. The officer's own report reveals serious unresolved problems. At paragraph 9.38, it states the basement would suffer a severely limited outlook, which would be oppressive for future occupiers. The council's own arboricultural officer disputes the applicant's tree report. Vehicle access cannot be confirmed as achievable. East Sussex Fire and Rescue confirm the building exceeds the maximum distance from the highway for safe emergency access. These are fundamental issues of habitability, safety and environmental harm that remain unresolved. The original application for a 3-bedroom house attracted enormous local opposition on many grounds, including overdevelopment. It passed by an extremely narrow margin during COVID. Then what was actually built was a 6-bedroom property with unauthorised basement rooms, no green roof, and multiple conditions simply ignored. The officer's recommendation relies on 14 new conditions. What confidence can this committee have that any will be complied with when previous assurances proved entirely worthless? Practical convenience is not a planning reason. The officer frames demolition as a last resort and suggests this application offers a practical way forward, but administrative convenience is not a test in planning policy. The report refers sympathetically to a new applicant, but whoever purchased this property did so knowing a demolition order was in force. That was a speculative gamble, and this committee is under no obligation to make it pay off for them. On its own merits, the question is, would you grant permission for a building the officer calls bland and stark, with oppressive basement rooms, unresolved fire safety, disputed tree damage, and no confirmed vehicle access? If this building didn't already exist, the answer would plainly be no. The fact that it exists as a result of unauthorised development shouldn't change that answer. And I ask the committee to consider what approval means beyond this site. If you grant retrospective permission, you tell every developer in Hove that the rational strategy is to carry out unauthorised development, ignore your conditions, and expect the council to regularise it afterwards, safe in the knowledge that deliberate non-compliance will be not enforced but rewarded. This is a precedent this committee must not set. I therefore respectfully urge you to refuse this application.
Thank you, Esme. And Councillor Lyons is online. Good afternoon, Councillor.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I'm not with you in person.
No problem. You have 3 minutes when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This case was of much interest in the national press, and if a wrong decision is made today, no doubt the press will pick this up again. As the committee will be aware, the previous decision was to include infill of the basement, as in part there was willful avoidance from the previous owner. So what has changed? This time around, under prospective new ownership, the officer is recommending approval. Why? Just because there is new ownership is not reason enough to grant permission for the basement. There are 10 letters of representation from neighbours, and these need to be considered. The residents of 23A would have been here today, but they are attending a funeral. 23C overlooks their house and back garden. The only access to 23C is via the very narrow drive to the south side of their home. Access to this drive is shared by 23C and the residents' flat at 23A. Access and egress for emergency vehicles will be well nigh impossible with no turning space, meaning that the vehicles will have to either back in or back out. The other houses where planning permission has been granted in this area are in keeping with the area, whilst this one is not. 23A requests that the original planning conditions are adhered to and this application refused. 14 Rigdon Road, who back onto the property, also disagree that retrospective consent to this application should not be granted. The conditions imposed on the original structure were largely ignored. 2 of them are reason enough to deny retrospective consent. Condition 11, the new crossover and extended driveway should be constructed prior to the first occupation of the development. The crossover is still not built. A recent document posted on the planning register by the council, Paul Davey from Arboriculture, says that a crossover would be harmful to the elm tree nearby and permission will not be given for it. Condition 16, no extension, enlargement or other alteration of the dwelling house. The LPA considers that further development could cause detriment to the amenities of the occupiers of nearby properties. What is being requested is clearly an extension, and the council have already declared it detrimental to neighbours. Therefore, planning consent should be refused. The original application plans for the south elevation showed wood cladding, but instead the entire wall has been rendered and painted pure brilliant white. The resulting appearance is of a large monolithic featureless white rectangle that is overbearing and jarring in comparison to the natural gardens and high quality design and construction of the surrounding houses. So, if retrospective planning permission is granted, it sets a very dangerous precedent, meaning that if you build without planning permission, you stand a good chance of being able to gain permission afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So I will now ask Dave Wood, who is online. Good afternoon, Mr. Wood.
Afternoon.
You've got 3 minutes when you're ready. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for the members in hearing our comments. As introduced, I'm Dave Wood. I work for a company called KR8 Real Estate and Advisory. Our involvement in the scheme is one of fixed charge receivers. The site hasn't been purchased. It is in receivership with my colleagues Paul Greenhalgh and Annika Kisby appointed as fixed charge receivers against the charge held by the lender. It is in the capacity of agent of the debtor party that I speak to you today. I'm aware of the background and the polarised opinion that the property has created in the locality and the national press. I've obviously read through the details in terms of the previous permission that was granted. Since our appointment, we've tried to liaise with the planning authority to come up with a suitable solution to the building in respect, well, in light of the enforcement action. I'm not here to talk to you about planning policy. I just want to make three relatively short comments, if that's okay. The first one is that the property is now in receivership. There's no private individual or funder that stands to make a gain from this property. The funder will be making a loss on this, and it's already been replaced in receivership. The second is that we've tried to engage with the local planning authority. I note some of the comments in relation to the designs in terms of bricks and timber. We are open to discussions on that, and we have been, and the render that's in the proposal has been settled on through discussions, but there is open to discussion on that. The final point is that the above ground scheme, if we ignore the basement for the moment, largely meets with the previously permitted scheme. And we've tried to be sensible in terms of coming up with suggestions to resolve the issue of the basement. I know that from a flippant point of view, you could infill the basement. We've tried to reduce the bedrooms and make the amenity better. We know the planning officer's recommendation is to grant the scheme. We appreciate their assistance in this matter, and we appreciate the committee in hearing us, and we will take back any feedback from this. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've heard from all the speakers. Who would like to start with the questions? Councillor Shedd.
Thank you, Chair. So first of all, can we start off with discussing, because you talked about the access from the highway. That's absolutely not part of this planning permission at all, isn't it? That's completely separate on another item.
Yes, just to clarify, the access is shown on the proposed drawings as being widened. However, we put a condition on saying, notwithstanding what's shown on the drawing, we don't grant express consent for any vehicle access as part of this application. So we would have to explore that totally separately with the Highway Authority.
Thank you very much. Moving on, obviously we've heard about the comments from East Sussex Fire and Rescue already. I was wondering if you could talk on 9.72 and 7.3 of the report. It directly talks about fire safety and the requirement for a sprinkler system. It says in the report it is understood that a sprinkler system has been installed. Do we have definite confirmation on that?
This might be one to put to the applicant's agent, but what I can say is there is an ongoing application through our building control team to try and come up with a satisfactory scheme which includes fire safety, but I don't know if the applicant wants to come back.
Yeah, a sprinkler system has been installed, but the scheme has got some issues in terms of building regulations compliance. The reason we haven't dealt with that yet is because fundamentally we need to deal with one prior to dealing with the other, and the biggest issue is realistically the planning position. The idea being that we resolve the planning position and then we can move on to resolve the building regulations, because unfortunately due to the systems in the country they sit mutually exclusive for a large part, so we need to deal with one and then deal with the other.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm a bit confused. So in relation to the fire regulations, and I know I visited the site and I saw the driveway or whatever they want to call it at the side of the house. I'm aware that there's a sort of balcony from the house in front that comes out over the driveway. I'm not sure a fire vehicle would be able to get under that. So in terms of fire regulation, surely that is a big consideration in terms of planning. Maybe I'm wrong, that's what I'm asking, sorry, is it?
No, because that would be dealt with under building regulations. They must comply with building regulations that includes fire safety. I think as set out in paras 9.72 and 9.73, it is acknowledged that you won't get an emergency vehicle down there. That is a fact. So that's why they have to come up with alternatives to make a development acceptable, because there are alternatives such as sprinklers, etc., where a dwelling is a certain distance from the public highway where the emergency services can't access it.
Sorry, so can I just come back? So a sprinkler system would rectify that, and that would be deemed enough.
Sorry, Chair, through you. That is something that's going to be dealt with by building control. So they will determine what's appropriate for that, for those particular circumstances.
You look concerned, Councillor Power. I think we're all a bit concerned because it seems like we're going to give something planning permission retrospectively that doesn't meet building control.
Chair, with any application that we're doing, we don't determine matters that building control determine. That's completely separate, and we leave it for them. It's controlled by a separate regime.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I've got a couple of questions, if I may. I wanted to ask about the... I was a bit confused when Councillor Lyons said something about 23A, that they've got a car, but they're not allowed access down there either. Is that right?
I can confirm that this application is obviously only for 23C. If 23A, the main property, is also using this access, that's totally separate to this application.
Having visited, I can see that the house in front has its own parking that's completely separate, so they don't share that. But
I have another question, which might be for you. It's the question of the storage areas. Could you just talk us through what they were for originally, what they were built for? Were they built as bedrooms and then it was just determined by building enforcement that they couldn't be used as bedrooms? Is that how it works?
Well, as stated, the original plan permission for a dwelling on this site had no basement whatsoever.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So then it was built. What is there now? I suppose I should clarify, because I think there has been a little bit of confusion. I should clarify that what's there now is unauthorised. So when there's talk about making them comply with conditions, there's no permission in existence to make them comply with. So the only routes we have as a local plan authority is either through the enforcement route or obviously through a new planning application. The existing permission has fallen away because they have not implemented it in accordance with their approved drawings. In terms of the basement, it was a primary concern of the local plan authority when 6 bedrooms were shown there with very, very little light. And hence the enforcement notice was issued. But at that point, no additional physical changes were proposed. They wanted to retain exactly what's there now. However, now this application is showing blocking up of some of those so that they're not bedrooms, and that, you know, a householder can be entitled to have storage rooms with no light. That is an acceptable position. The final 4th bedroom, the additional 4th bedroom, is going to have a larger light well. They've submitted a daylight sunlight assessment. It meets the minimum requirements for that. I think as officers we are saying, you know, it's satisfactory accommodation. We're not saying it's good, but what we're saying is you have to take it in combination with all the remainder. So the 3 good bedrooms, the 3, the kitchen, the good living room, everything else that this house has got. This is in addition to that, and as a whole, it's considered satisfactory.
So how do you stop somebody putting a bed and a chest of drawers in either of those rooms?
Well, we have conditioned that they must carry out the work, so they'll have to block up those bedrooms. To get building regulations, they would be very unlikely to get building regulations for that. So I think, as our lawyers already stated, it's a separate regime. So even if they got planning permission for this, if they don't get building regulations, that's it, they won't be able to safely occupy it.
Could I ask Mr. Wood a question? Because have you been involved with this since the beginning?
No, we were appointed as receivers last year. I can tell you the exact date if you want. It'll take me a
No,
while
I
to
mean,
find it.
it's a shame that there's nobody here who could tell us, like why, I hear the resident and I hear the ward councillor, saying that this sets a precedent, for non-compliance and then sort of backtracking. So it's not for you to answer that because you've just got involved.
Yeah, no, so we're obviously involved with the lender. We're appointed as receivers. I think it was as much of a shock to everyone that it's been developed with a basement, and it was the owner that is the party that's in receivership who developed it with a basement. And I can actually I can understand the frustration of the people who are objecting. I can understand the frustration of the local planning authority. I understand the inspectorate's decision. I suppose what we're trying to do is come up with a suitable solution which prevents us having to demolish the property and gives a solution whereby some of the base can be retained.
Okay. And you're happy with all of the requirements that have been put before you?
Yeah, we're happy with all of the requirements. Being totally open and honest with you, we have got a potential party to purchase the property. They've been involved with us on our side in terms of knowing the position in terms of what we are dealing with. So we're not hiding the facts from anybody. We're fully aware as to what needs doing. And I suppose subject to any decision today, the next point, like I say, is to go straight into bat with building control and try and resolve the issues there and come up with a suitable design for that, which is why there's some hatching on one of the plans with a wall that may or may not be required for building regs.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cattell.
Thank you, Chair. Going back to the inspector's decision, instructing that the building is demolished, my understanding from the reading of the report is that decision was made because of a technical error in appealing the enforcement notice. And it's just one of those things. I mean, just goes to show that you really do need to get good advice when you go ahead with these things. But I think that's the thing. That is the only reason. It was a technical thing. And I just wanted you to confirm that because I'm not sure if it's been picked up.
Yes, I have made a note actually because I think that's a really important point. If the applicant had appealed under a different ground, they could have said that the council's notice seeking total demolition was excessive and unreasonable, etc. However, an enforcement notice can only seek lesser steps. So it can't, for example, say you make your light wells bigger. It can't say change your layout. So it is more of a technicality. And it was unfortunate, perhaps for the applicant, that they appealed probably under the wrong ground.
Councillor Theobald.
Well, the way I read it is there's at least 7 reasons why this was not built to regulation. So it wasn't authorised. Another thing was the sprinklers should have been installed as a regulation. And when they built this, they must have gone and used that access to get in. That's why that tree is stressed. And if they can't drive into that access, they would need to have a permit or very limited parking in that area. So they're limited hours, it's an hour system there, so they wouldn't be able to drive in there. But, it just seems disgraceful, really, to me.
Did you have a question, Councillor?
Oh, yes. Well, the question is, have they put the sprinkler in anyway? And they must have, and would you agree with me? They must have been driving up that driveway anyway to build it.
I think it's already been confirmed. Obviously, I can't confirm that, but the applicant has confirmed that a sprinkler system has been installed. But as I explained, it's about to go through the building control process, so that will very much be part of their assessment. In terms of use of the access, it is acknowledged that it's being used in an unauthorised way. Our highways enforcement team already have a case. our arboricultural team are monitoring the position carefully. So if it has been used to construct or to access, for cars for the people who are there, it's not currently authorised.
So is that something that we could ask the receiver about? I don't know, are you able to answer that at all, Mr. Wood?
Yeah, the property is currently vacant. Yeah, so the property is currently vacant.
Yeah, but how are the changes going to be made? It's going to require vehicular access, no?
If I'm honest, I don't know the answer to that at this moment. So there is a dispute between the council's arboricultural report and the original applicant's one. One of the reasons for, I suppose, a disagreement of opinion is the fact that there's already been a trench dug deeper than the proposed drive depth straight across in front of the tree by a service provider. So there's a bit of disagreement in terms of how a drive can be put there.
And if I could just come in, I think as set out, vehicular access is not necessary to make this development acceptable. So if they ultimately can't do it, they can't find a configuration that works and preserves that tree, our highways team will not be granting crossover consent, and they will use their enforcement powers.
Councillor Theobald, did you want to come back?
It's going to come back because I drove past there today and it's got a big sold board up. Is it sold or not? I mean, it says sold on it.
Can you answer that, Mr. Wood?
Yeah, it's sold subject to contract. It hasn't completed, so it's sold subject to contract.
Okay. Councillor Shedd.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to pick up on a couple of the consultations have picked up on. Both our sustainable drainage team and Southern Water have picked up on soakaway and drainage from the property, especially as we're installing a basement within this property and there's going to be an impact on surrounding gardens. Has the council received any information in relation to drainage from the property in relation to both standing water and foul water discharge?
My understanding is not, and again, that's part of what will be considered under the building control application. We have, I think there is a condition about the porosity of the access, which obviously helps flood risk, etc. But in terms of the actual drainage, no, we don't have the information, but they're going to have to evidence that to the building control team and Southern Water.
So basically so a lot of these consultations come back with these issues, but most of them do not lay within planning issues. Because reading this, my mind would be I wouldn't be confident granting planning permission without us already having that kind of information because of the impact it would have on both the property itself and the neighbouring properties.
I suppose it's not uncommon for drainage details to be unknown at planning application stage. It's very common to put pre-commencement conditions on. I appreciate here they've done it already, so it has commenced, but the risk is entirely with them. Essentially, Southern Water are not objecting, and neither are the Sustainable Drainage Team, but they will need satisfactory details in due course as part of the building control application.
Councillor Patel.
Yes, thank you for giving me a second, Vice Secretary, Chair. With regard to the basement and the layout, I mean, I'm wondering how we're going to enforce that, because there's nothing to stop, there's actually nothing to stop them, keeping the original design and putting those 3 or 4 bedrooms in. That just slightly concerns me, and I would have preferred to have seen, everything blocked up in there, and that room could be used as a gym or a cinema or something, which, as opposed to a really horrible bedroom, and whoever moves into that house is going to, either one of the children or the nanny is going to be pulling a real short straw to get, or it might be used as a punishment room. I think it's dreadful, but
you have a question?
Yes. How can we enforce?
Well, we do have a condition, so it would be a breach of condition. They have to carry out the work within a certain time period, including the light wells, and they have to use it as shown on their drawing. So if those storage rooms were shown to be bedrooms, and it came to light to our enforcement team, that's something we could pursue. They have to block up those windows as part of the permission.
Is it odd that we don't have somebody from
Yeah, who's going to
You can actually reply and answer these questions, but instead of poor Mr. Wood is, who's only just been brought in as a receiver as opposed to field these questions. Councillor Pickett.
Yeah, sorry. Did you say earlier that the wells will meet the minimum light requirement? Thank you.
Yes, that's right. It's a paragraph 9.38. It states that a daylight sunlight report has been submitted. So, I think, as I've acknowledged, officers do consider, the outlook isn't great, the light is not great, but it does meet absolute minimum standards. And as I say, you have to balance it against the rest of the dwelling as well.
Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Chair. 9.4 says notwithstanding the demolition notice. Does that mean we shouldn't consider the demolition notice when we're making a decision?
Through you, Chair. Yes, this is we accept a retrospective application. But that is something that the planning system allows for. So you deal with this application completely on its own merits as a standalone application, and if there are any previous irregularities, you can't make an adverse inference because of that. You just deal with it on its own merits, the application as it stands on its own merits, because it is allowed for in the planning system, and the legislation allows for that.
Thank you.
Surely doesn't it make a difference that this house was supposed to be 112 square metres and it's now 223 square metres, and there's other things they had supposed to have been a different render. It's now white render and it should have been brick. There's so many things different on it. Should have had a green roof and now it's got artificial roof. They changed the front door, the windows. Everything's changed on it. So what they had planning permission for? Chair, what we're saying is there is no planning permission. So they've submitted an application for that you have before you. So you determine it based on the application that they've presented to you.
Am I right in thinking, if I could just get a bit more sort of legal clarity, that just, we're presented with an application and we have to decide, like you say, on its merits. After such time, if we were to approve, there would then be all sorts of other bodies, such as arboriculture or highways or building enforcement, who are all going to need to start paying a close attention to this to make sure that all the, everything is in place.
Yes, Chair, that's right. Building control, not building enforcement. But
building enforcement, sorry.
Building control, but that would happen in the usual course of events.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Parrott.
I'm just slightly concerned about the house in front, and does that come under planning permission in terms of, if I lived in that house in the front and knew there was a house behind me that if it went up in smoke, a fire engine couldn't get to it, I'd be really unhappy and feel really unsafe. And sprinkler system or no sprinkler system, if I had a house behind me that a fire engine couldn't get to, or an ambulance couldn't get to, for example, that. So just is that covered under this consideration or not?
No, that again would be part of the fire safety assessment carried out as part of the building control regime.
So it comes out
And we have considered obviously impact to neighbours, but that not in terms of fire safety or their concerns about fire safety, because it's dealt with by a different regime separate to planning. I just wanted to add also, and obviously we mustn't really forget that the principle of a residential development here has been accepted. Backland development's not uncommon in the city. It can be achieved successfully, even if you can't get an emergency vehicle down there. As I said, there are alternatives, but that's for them to satisfy with the building control officers.
Any more questions, or should we move to debate? Would you like to start the debate, Councillor?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's a real shame it hasn't been built in accordance with the design, because I think the design, especially the front elevation, looks dreadful, because, you know, that horrible pointy roof over the porch, and the windows don't line up, and that really annoys me. It's just one of those things. And it's just, I just think it's, you know, it's a lesser thing. Also, I've looked at the photographs, and I don't think that's painted render. It looks to me like render system, but let's not go there because it's too late. I think demolition of this would, you know, if we decided to refuse it, I don't think it's particularly sustainable, because this is a dwelling that, you know, that in principle is okay. It meets our sort of our policies, and there is already an extant permission which could have been, you know, to put a dwelling in the back. So I just feel it's a shame, and if I was the person moving in, you know, I would say to Mr. Wood, what do you think about taking these windows out and making them look better? You know, but that's not going to happen, is it? I think one of the things that's been said is that this will if we allow this, it will set a precedent for all developers to build without planning permission. But to be honest, I think that's nonsense, because 99% of the stuff we see, I mean, in planning and at committee and at delegated, people apply for it. It's really quite unusual to do that, and I just think that's a ridiculous reason for wanting to say that we can refuse it. Because I'm just looking at Maria. I can't imagine that we've had, you know, we haven't got that much of an enforcement. We haven't got a huge enforcement team. If that really was going on or was going to happen, we'd need to employ about 20 enforcement officers. So I'm still undecided, but I don't like it, and I don't like that basement, really. But I think at the end of the day, in terms of sustainability and knocking down, you know, something that's already been built, that I think, you know, that's a bit dodgy. But anyway, thank you for allowing me to rant.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor now.
I think there are good reasons for this to not be, but I don't think they're planning reasons, so I feel compelled to vote for it, even though I don't want to.
Thank you. Councillor Sheard.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, first of all, is the way the developer's going about this moral? Absolutely not. But we can't be the moral police here, unfortunately. My concern, as the resident has rightfully put, is we've already seen a great example of them not following the planning permission granted. Obviously, other departments have enforcement powers over this, but from our end, what we have granted has not happened, and we're passing again, and we'll stop it from not happening again. And as I mentioned earlier, a load of our consultations we've had have come back with genuinely quite concerning issues for building control to deal with. So if there was a way that we as a committee could pass this subject to building control being happy that the correct procedures were being put in place to overcome those obstacles, I'd be very happy to pass this. But I am very on the fence at the moment, so I'm not, as a lot of those concerns stay outstanding, and I'm not hearing anything that soothes my concerns and the concerns I'm guaranteed that the neighbouring houses will feel about it as well.
Councillor Theobald.
Thank you, Chair. Well, would we have passed that basement if it had been, you know, given to us today to look at it? Because we probably wouldn't have done, because wouldn't have been good living area either, would it? There's so many things wrong with this application. It just makes a mockery of the planning permission. Unauthorised development has had an enforcement. Anybody could put in a retrospective application for anything now. I mean, if they get to know about this, you know, so I think it would be a precedent for others to do similar. Oh, we just build it, it'll go through. So I don't really think it's good enough. And I do feel sorry for the neighbours. I mean, 25B Shirley Drive, and then you've got 16 Rigdon Road, and I think it affects 14 Rigdon Road as well at the back there. So I certainly am very unhappy with this, and I won't be voting for it.
Councillor Winder.
Thank you. I feel very worried about this because of the precedent, and also because I can't see anything in the future that would mean that that property felt safe or habitable, because it's just not in a place where that could happen with just a few adaptations. It just feels that so much would have to be invested to make it a livable place, that what are we actually giving permission for? Is it a home, or is it just a set of weird rooms and a basement that can't be used and things like that? It just doesn't feel like something that can be transformed into a real home for a family.
Councillor Pickett.
Yeah, I've got nothing against where it's situated in the back garden of another house or whatever. But I agree with Councillor Winder, it's just, the design is poor. I don't like the light wells. I don't think they're going to actually achieve what is needed to sort of make this more habitable. I do think the rooms are a bit weird, and I think I'll be voting against it.
Councillor
Can I just say that if it's been built, we've been shown as-built plans, haven't we? So the top of the house, the bit above ground, is a perfectly habitable property. So I think just to sort of refuse it on the grounds that the basement is rubbish, I think that's pushing it a bit, and I think we would be really, I'm not entirely sure whether we would win that on appeal, but anyway, that's what people think, so I'll just see what people say when they put their hands up. So.
I think we're faced with a difficult situation here, because we're obviously all really cross with the fact that this person has gone ahead and done this, but that's not what we're here for. We're here to actually vote on the planning application that is in front of us, and on the basis of what has been put in front of us, we have a recommendation for approval, because we then have to rely on the other organisations that we were just talking about, on so that all the building controls are in place. That's the issue that we have to really grasp. That, we're not here to punish the person who did the wrong thing in the first place, who hasn't actually even turned up, which I find, as I say, I'm a bit disappointed. But that, I think we're all wrestling with it because of that issue. But actually, what we have to do is we have to look at what's in front of us and decide on the basis of what's in front of us, and rely on the fact that these organisations, the building control and so forth, will be robust and will make sure that all of the, issues are put in place. But anyway, Councillor Parrott and then Councillor.
I just really want to echo what you said. I mean, morally, I'm really grappling with this, but in terms of planning application, I don't like the fact that I'm giving planning application for something that's already not planned but built. That feels, incongruous to me. However, I have faith in building control and fire regulation. I don't like the design. I don't like anything about it. I personally couldn't think of anywhere worse to live. That's also my personal choice. I have to have faith in the other departments in the council and the other, departments that are involved in this, that actually the right thing will be done in terms of fire, which really concerns me. And as I say, I'm going to reiterate that I feel really uncomfortable if I was the house in front of that, and building control, that actually they will, that they will do what's necessary. It's not my place to say it, but I do think it does feel very incongruent that we're being asked to give planning permission for something that's built. I don't see how that is, but
although we're being asked to give planning permission for, for something different than has already been built. But anyway, Councillor Earthy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, I echo all these sentiments. I'm deeply torn, I think like Councillor Sheard and the others, very unhappy about the history of this, but then thinking about it, we do have a good team enforcing building regulations, the fire people, the water, whatever. So I'm afraid, with respect to all the people who've objected, I'm afraid my inclination is to probably vote for it, but dump it all on the building regs people, and let them get on with it, because I trust them. So I hope that if we do vote to put this through, there can be a very, very firm condition or whatever to put it in the lap of the building regs enforcement people, whatever, and just simply let them get on with it. And if there's any issue, then come straight back to us. Thank you.
Agreed. Councillor Nan.
I don't need to add anything to what's been said because it's what I've said.
Councillor Shears.
Yeah, I was just going to say two things. One thing I wanted to say quickly, and one thing I was hoping I could ask our legal advisor before we move to a vote. So just to say that I think one of the points that the reason we have Mr. Wood with us here online today is because the property has now been sold. So even if we rejected the planning application, we wouldn't be punishing the people who did this. We would be punishing someone completely different who just turned up, bought a house, and has now had all this land on their lap, to an extent, which to an extent feels like we're kind of taking out our frustration on one person on another. Because, and one thing I wanted to ask: is there a way that we can pass planning permissions today, but withhold it until building control are happy that their actions, or is that kind of by the by and they've got their own, just so we can belt and braces, make sure they've got all the enforcement powers they have at their fingertips?
Thank you, Chair. The first thing I'd say is that the planning system is not punitive, and the legislation specifically allows for retrospective applications. That's the first point. The second point is you make a decision on the application that's before you. That's an end of it, subject to conditions, and then other parts of the building control, the fire service, they deal with their issues separately. That's the standard way that it's always dealt with. So we wouldn't condition this that based on the action of the fire service or the building control. They deal with their issues separately.
Just to sort of round up, I think we're all of the same mind that we're just fuming at the fact that somebody's just gone ahead and done this without having followed proper planning procedure. That has happened. We have to park that. Let's move on. We've got planning permission here for an improved building. It's already had planning permission on that site. I think we're all agreed that it's not the site that's the issue. I think from where I'm sitting, I feel like I have to vote for it. Even though there are many issues that are bugging me, but as we've all said, we have to trust building control and go with it. And I think a sustainability argument, you have to say, who wants to rip a whole dwelling down just to put another one up in its place? So yes, it shouldn't have been done, but these are the cards we've been dealt. So I will be voting for it. Are we ready to move to a vote? Excellent. All those in favour? I know.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, 4, Chair.
And all those against?
And 2 against, so that means the application is approved.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody, and thank you for your time for the people who come online. Can we just take a 2-minute break? Thank you. Said I've got planning stuff that's far more important. Anyway, let's move on to minor application D, BH 2025-02981, and I'll hand over to Stephen. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. So this is number 15 Auckland Drive. It's BH 2025-02981. And the application itself is for a change of use from a house in multiple occupation at the moment, so use class C4, to a large house in multiple occupation, which is sui generis use class for 8 occupants, and erection of a single-storey rear extension, which has already been approved under a lawful development certificate application. Details there, and associated works to include a hip-to-gable roof extension, 3 roof lights, and a rear dormer. So, location plan there, so it's on the eastern side of Morscombe to the north of Woodingdean. And the existing plan, so it's number 15, redlined in there, and it's number 17 it's attached to, so it's a semi-detached pair of houses. So aerial photo, so you can see front and rear gardens. And then 3D, and you can't really see it this well on the plan, but it's actually set down from the road quite a significant amount of height. You'll see that in some of the other photos. So it's what it looks like at the moment. So pair of semi-detached, the application site's on the left-hand side. And then looking to the northwest, the application site's on the right-hand side of the photo. And then this is looking to the left. You can see these are gable-ended semi-detached properties to the left-hand side. And then set further back, sites again in the middle on the left-hand side. And then looking towards the northeast, so the application site's on the left-hand side. And then you're looking to the right, behind those trees, other semi-detached pairs of houses. And you can see here which will be the gable end of what is proposed, and obviously the rear dormer would be to the left of that gable, off the rear slope. So proposed plot plan, bike store location at the rear in the garden, and then you can see the extension there, which has already been approved under lawful development certificate, and then the gable end and the new rear dormer being created, which would enable the change of use to a 8-bedroom, 8-person, sui generis large HMO. So existing plans, 2-storey semi-detached, and then the proposed plans. So you can see the rear extension here at the ground floor level, which, as I say, has already been approved as part of different application for lawful development certificate. And then the gable end is created, and then you've got a new rear dormer, which extends for the majority of the roof slope. It's below the ridge, it's set in from the eaves, and also set in from the side of the new gable created, but it is significant in size. Existing floor plans, so this is for the existing 4-bedroom, 5-person, small house of multiple occupation. So you've got kitchen, bedroom, living room, and then 3 further bedrooms. And then this is what is proposed. So you can see here, the new rear extension gives a large communal area for the new 8-bedroom, 8-person. You've got 2 further bedrooms on the ground floor. You've then got 4 further bedrooms, which are created with a new stairwell on the right-hand side of the property as you're looking at it. And then up in the roof, you've then got 2 further bedrooms. And you can note here that there's details, there's sound deadening provided to the stairs, soundproofing provided to the party walls, and also to the new walls that are created internally for the bedrooms which abut onto the communal areas as well. And then this is for what's up in the new gable end and lofts created, so this is encompassed within the dormer area and the new gable that's created. And then this is details of the proposed cycle storage to the rear. Representations, we've had 27 representations objecting on the basis of amenity impacts, so predominantly about noise, overshadowing, increase of HMOs and use of HMOs in the area. The design, so the height and design of the extensions proposed, it harms the appearance of the area, it's out of keeping, and some harm to the host property as well. There's been objections on transport, so increase of traffic, car parking in the area from the increased amount of residents. Current and future residents of the unit, so there's been some complaints about the noise that is already created and could be created in the future, rubbish and potential antisocial behaviour as well. And then community balance, so the amount of HMOs in the area, that it creates a lack of family housing and potential loss of funding for school places. And there's also been an objection from Councillor Taylor, who objects on grounds of additional traffic, height of development, overdevelopment, and residential amenity for similar reasons that have already been covered. So the key considerations are City Plan Policies CP21 and DM7. They particularly relate to HMO use within the city. The principle of a large HMO in this location and the density of HMOs in the area. The standard of accommodation for the future occupiers, so for the new 8 residents who will be here. Impacts on neighbour amenity, transport and highway matters, and then the design of the external alterations. And the conclusion, it's a bit lengthy this, but the proposed HMO sui generis, so for 8 people in this location, will comply with the policies for CP21 and DM7. The proposal would be an area where concentration of HMOs is less than 10% within 50 metres, so that's CP21. And it's less than 20% within the wider neighbourhood area. It's actually circa 8.2 to 8.9%, I can't remember the exact figure, but it's under 10%, so well under policy for DM7. The proposal would not sandwich an HMO dwelling, so between any other HMO uses. The standard accommodation for the maximum 8 persons is acceptable. The bedroom sizes are suitable, it meets the minimum requirements of 7.5 square metres, and the communal area is sufficient, it meets the minimum required, which is 32 square metres. The proposal is not considered to result in any significant neighbour amenity impacts which will warrant refusal. There are impacts, but they're not so significant that we believe it does warrant refusal. The density of existing HMOs do not suggest that a mixed and balanced community would not be achieved because it's meeting policies DM7 and CP21. And in addition, the property is already used as an HMO, so it is a small 5-person HMO at the moment. And antisocial behaviour is not proven, and also it's not a planning matter for us to consider here. It's covered again by other regimes, so whether they would be police, environmental health, etc. The proposal would have secure cycle parking and isn't considered to have any significant impact on on-street parking, and this has been confirmed by highways officers. And there's connectivity with local buses, which is in a short walk. And as I say, Highways Authority raised no objections to proposals, although acknowledge there will be some impact in the amount of trips to and from the property because of the increase of people. And the single-storey extension is already approved previously under a lawful development certificate. Proposed roof extensions will cause some harm to the property. They will unbalance the semi-detached pair, because at the moment they've both got pitched roofs, and then they're going to have one has a gable and one has a no gable on the other end is hit. Overall, as I think it's covered in the report, there's consideration given to the revised SPD 12, which allows more, and we're more allowing of bigger, more intrusive, probably rear dormers than we would have been previously when the previous application was considered about 10 years ago on this. And also there's a significant fallback position which we take account of now, which is that the parties who put forward this application could most likely be able to apply for or do the works already for the rear dormer and the gable end under permitted development rights. And therefore that's a significant consideration for the report itself and also for why we're recommending approval, which is what we're now recommending. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I'd now like to invite Councillor Jacob Taylor, who's the ward councillor, to address this. You've got 3 minutes, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. It's just worth starting by saying that Bevendine, and indeed this particular part of Lower Bevendine, is in many ways the perfect place for families in the city. The houses that we're talking about and many of the other houses that have already been converted to HMOs were built for families in the 40s, 50s, 60s onwards. Lower Bevendine's a beautiful place that's nestled in the foothills of the Downs. It's got a beautiful park and a school right in the middle of it, and in some senses it's the future of Brighton and Hove, because we know, everyone in the committee knows, that we've lost so many families and so many numbers in the city over the years, and this is a place where we can bring back families and build up numbers. The council and the other half of the council, the non-planning bit, are doing our bit in that we're buying as many of these properties back into council ownership and transforming them back from HMOs into family houses. But the committee today has a chance to sort of help in that mission, but obviously based around policy considerations, not the sort of broader context, although I think that's important. In my view, the proposal fails to comply with policy DM1 and DM7. The communal living space is the minimum for 8 occupants, but it doesn't provide sufficient flexibility or quality of shared accommodation that will result in cramped living environment, and I think that risks undermining residential amenity. Secondly, the scale and form of the hip to gable roof extension and the near full width rear dormer are harmful to the character and appearance of the host building and the semi-detached pair, as has been covered in the officer report. And so therefore, I think development is contrary to policy CP12 on urban design and DM18 on high quality design and DM21 extensions and alterations. And then I think furthermore, the intensification from the use in its current as 5 occupants to 8 occupants. This is a huge number of people to be getting in a house that should be a family house, would lead to increased noise, activity, disturbance, particularly affecting the adjoining properties. And I think that would result in material harm to neighbouring amenity. And I think that's contrary to policy DM20 and DM40. Taken together, the cumulative impact of this over-intensification, poor design and harm to the amenity indicate the proposal does not represent sustainable development in accordance with policy SS1, and I believe it should be refused. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that's it. Okay. So I've got Joseph Pearson online, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pearson. You've got, welcome to planning. You've got 3 minutes to, state your case. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. I'm the planning consultant for this project. We're acting on behalf of a Brighton-based student housing company who operate as joint student living. My clients pride themselves on providing quality student accommodation. It's furnished to a high quality, bills are included for tenants. And in addition to meeting all of the council's adopted licensing and planning standards, as part of the works being undertaken, my client's introducing the enhanced soundproofing that was referenced earlier, which is well in excess of what's required under the building regulations. Draft condition 10 secures the delivery of those improvements, and that's an approach that my client's been taking on their other properties to good effect. We assess all their properties for compliance with city plan policies to ensure that properties that they're purchasing are suitably located in accordance with your density requirements. This is a property they've recently acquired. Your officer report confirms there's actually no other HMOs in a 50-metre radius of the site. The property has been an HMO since at least 2008 by a previous owner. So the concerns raised about loss of family housing aren't relevant to this application. It's been in use as an HMO for nearly 20 years. We confirmed that through a certificate of lawfulness application last year. The council city plan, as you know, seeks mixed communities. The proposal complies with the policies in place to achieve that. The council has a duty to provide suitable housing for all residents, and not just families. The site's very well located for students. What wasn't pointed out in some of the presentation, but directly opposite the site is the Met Film School. It's right across the road, so it's the perfect location for student housing. It'll work well for future residents. And the extensions that are proposed are designed in full accordance with normal permitted development rights. They're exactly the type of extension that any residential owner might add to the property, regardless of the use. And all the other relevant material considerations for this application are addressed in your officer's committee report, and I think your officers have covered those well in a balanced way. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. We can now move to questions. Who would like to kick us off? Councillor Then.
Why is it so generous?
Because small HMOs, they're considered on the C4 use class, but they're only allowed to go up to 6 persons. As soon as you go more than 6 persons, it then becomes a sui generis use, so it doesn't fall within any particular use class. And therefore, if you were to approve the application here, it would be a sui generis use for a large HMO, which would be suitable for 8 persons, and that's it. If they wanted to make any changes to that, increase the amount of people, reduce the amount of people, then they would have to come back and apply for planning permission. So as soon as it goes outside of, it's more than 6 persons, it becomes a sui generis use class. And this is a large HMO.
Councillor Pickett.
Thanks. Can you explain a bit further about permitted development rights? I know you mentioned them just briefly, but could you just explain a bit more?
Yeah, of course. So under permitted development rights, under Schedule T Part 2, I think it's of household permitted development rights, you've got, you can do various things to your property without actually having to apply for express planning permission from the local authority. And they cover various different things from extensions, roof extensions, roof lights, outbuildings, things like this. In respect to this would fall under Part B, which allows you to do alterations to the roof, and you're allowed to do alterations to the roof which can include a hit to gable on this type of property, and can include extending the volume of the roof to include rear dormers, which would allow, because it's a semi-detached property, you're allowed to do it up to 50 cubic metres. What they're proposing to do here is at 47, and I'm working off the top of my head here, so it's under the permitted development volume that you would be allowed to do as a householder. C4 HMOs are considered generally to fall within permitted development rights for householder type of permitted development rights, and also even once you get to a sui generis large HMO, if it retains the character of a residential dwelling, then also permitted development rights are considered to still apply to it if it is still a single dwelling. Even though it's being used as an HMO, it's still a single dwelling from a planning perspective. So they're allowed, or they would be allowed, to do a very similar, if not identical, form of what is being proposed now under permitted development, and we have to give that weight, or we have given weight in the report, identifying, yes, there is harm, but considering the fallback position, what they could do under permitted development rights, then we think that the weight given to that allows us to recommend approval, identifying that they're not ideal alterations, but pretty much any other party who lives there, who owns a family house, would be able to do the same if they so chose to do so.
Councillor Lemon.
So if we thought it didn't maintain the character of the house, then we could argue that it wouldn't have permitted development.
Well, this one, what they're proposing for is part and parcel of the application itself. So they're applying for the change of use to go to a sui generis, and also as part and parcel of that development, they need to do all these extensions and alterations. So they couldn't, it becomes quite technical and complicated, but they have to apply for planning permission in respect of what they're doing, because it's part and parcel of allowing this property to become a sui generis HMO. What someone could do, I'm not suggesting they would, is if they, and the reason we give it weight, is that they could do this as a fallback position. So they could not go down the route of trying to increase it to a 8-person sui generis HMO and keep it as a C4, which they already have that use for, and then do that work under permitted development. So it's a fallback position that they could do without having to extend it into an 8-bedroom HMO. But at the moment, they need planning permission for it because it's part and parcel of the change of use.
Councillor Sheard.
Thank you, Chair. These bedrooms on the proposed plans we've got in front of us are tight. Are they all definitely above the minimum required for an HMO? Because these rooms are looking, as I was saying, are looking rather small on the plans.
Yeah, the minimum requirement under DM1 is 7.5, so you all are at the minimum, or they just nudge over it slightly, but then the minimum is there for a reason. We say that the minimum is acceptable. Also, the minimum requirements that we ask for under DM1 are actually in excess of what would be required on the HMO licensing requirements, so they're getting a better standard under planning than they would under the licensing requirements if it was already an existing HMO of this amount.
Councillor Cattell.
I've always forgotten what I was going to say. Yeah, I noticed in the history that the application in 2015 for change of use to 7 HMO, refusal, it was refused, and refusal reason number 2 was about the hipped gable. And so I'm just wondering, what has changed? Because I mean, has the PD rights changed?
Well, there's 2 rationales for why it's a different decision now. One is the previous application back in 2015. It didn't already have the approval for the rear extension, and that was also considered as part of the refusal. In respect to the works of the roof, SPD 12 now allows more extensions to the roof, and so bigger rear adornments than we normally would have been allowing in respect of the SPD 12, which would have been considered back at that date. Also, I'm not sure, and I can't guarantee it, but I know the position in respect of HMOs and permitted development rights has actually altered has evolved over the last 10 years. And it used to be thought that if it was an HMO property, that permitted development rights wouldn't apply to it. But there's been numerous appeal decisions over the intervening period that confirm that HMO properties do actually have permitted development rights. And therefore, I've obviously read the OG report in 2015, and it makes no mention of anything to do with the fallback position or permitted development rights. So therefore, taking those 2 things into account now, that we do think that there are permitted development fallback rights, and that's a realistic position, and also that SPD 12 has been updated, that's why we're now arriving at a different conclusion, and those permitted development fallbacks have significant weight in our opinion.
Thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Theobald.
I just wondered if there are other 8-bed HMOs in that area, you know, in a semi-detached house.
And I don't know. I haven't done a full search of the wider area. All I've looked at is the HMOs within the proximity, which would be needed to be assessed under CP21 and DM7. So I can't confirm or deny what other 8 beds are in proximity and what that proximity would be. In the neighbourhood area, well, as you've seen, there's something like 1,600 properties in the wider neighbourhood area, and 8.2% of those are HMOs at the moment, but I haven't done a verification of exactly what those ones are and how many other we have in them.
Thank you. Any more questions? Can I ask a question? Of course. What does the proximity of the film school have? What bearing does it have, if any?
In terms of consideration, only that when you look at, well, very little is probably the best way of describing it. It doesn't really have any impact in respect of the density calculations for HMO. Yeah, very little, I'd say. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I'm really impressed by Councillor Taylor's forensic knowledge of planning processes, because I've written down DM1, DM7, CP12, DM20, DM18, DM20, DM21 and DM40. Are there any of those that you feel that he was justified in making those points? You've got a forensic knowledge too, so I should put you in
I can go through the points you raised. So family accommodation, well, there is no loss of family accommodation. It's already used as a HMO. And also the family accommodation and mixed communities are considered under policy DM7 and CP21, which it conforms to, and it meets those policies quite easily. Communal accommodation, he mentioned that he didn't think the quality of accommodation provided was sufficient, and that's an assessment we make on a qualitative and a quantitative basis. On a quantitative basis, it's 32 square metres, so it meets the minimum, but also we look at the quality of it, and it's provided in a nice rectangular form. So it appears to have good circulation, it's got good light, it's got good access to the rear property, so even though it's the minimum, we appear from a quality perspective it's okay. The dormer, the width, the fallback position, so that comes under CP12 and DM18. Yes, we recognise there is harm, but that's outweighed for the reasons I've already stated, so it therefore conforms to policies. Intensification, noise, impacts on neighbours, DM20, DM40. Yes, again, but part of the consideration is this, that there is soundproofing being provided internally into the party walls, so that's going to lessen the impacts on neighbours. Also, we've taken account of the fact that the access to the property is a semi-detached property anyway. It's not like it's rows of terraces, and the access to the property is a significant distance from the unattached neighbours, and also it's on the opposite side of the entrance for the attached neighbour. And also both of those, if there are elements which cause concern and distress to the neighbours in terms of the amount of noise, antisocial behaviour, those are covered by environmental health and or the police, so legal matters. And also it's covered by licensing as well. They have to apply for licence for the larger HMO. So that will encapsulate a lot of the elements. So that's the M20 and DM40. Thank you.
Great. Any more questions? Shall we move to debate? Councillor Cattell.
Sorry, I'll start us off again. Yeah, I think way back in when I was a councillor before in 2015, one of the first things we were tackling was looking at HMOs. And originally, the HMO, the kind of Article 4, which restricted the number of HMOs, was actually only certain areas, and then it was extended to the whole city. And I think, there was a little bit of, closing the stable door after the horse had bolted, so to speak. And it is true that we lost enormous amounts of family accommodation near the universities, but of course there's been a lot of new student accommodation, and gradually that balance is changing. And as Jacob said, we're actually buying back some of the properties that come on. But I think we've got a couple in his ward, 4 in his ward that were bought back a couple of weeks ago, HMOs as it were. So I think, and the other thing, before we had the Article 4, we didn't really have those conditions to prevent, that intensity of use. And I think it's it has actually sort of stopped that sort of, intensity of HMOs. So I think really it's going to be difficult. It would be difficult for us to refuse this. And of course, it's not the loss of a family home, because it's been a family home since 20 years now. So apart from the fact that I absolutely hate bloody hip to gable, hate them unless everybody does them, I will be voting for this because I can't see any reasons to refuse it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Theobald.
Well, I think it's every application on its merit, and I think it's an ugly dormer and roof extension. 27 letters of objection. Residents are fed up with losing their family homes to HMOs. This 8-bed seems too much to me. It's for a semi-detached house. I feel very sorry for the neighbours next door. Are going to be very unbalanced and could be a lot of noise for them. It just seems overcrowded to me, crammed form of accommodation. The bedrooms are small. I think it's all right as a small HMO, but I think it's too much for this property.
Thank you. Councillor Sheard.
Thank you, Chair. That we seemed to gain this bizarre idea that somehow if we don't have HMOs in the city, that magically everyone will naturally fit into a nice little family home with nice little picket fences. We are in the grips of a housing crisis. Young people up to the age of their mid-30s are being shunted around the city and across the south coast from pillar to post, as they gain housing, lose housing, gain housing, lose housing, trying to keep themselves afloat. Since I've become a councillor, I've moved houses 3 times because I am constantly having to change my living situation as situations change, because my tenancy is dependency of 3, 4 other people at any one moment. We are in the grips of a housing crisis. And every single reason Councillor Taylor said this would be a great family home is exactly what would be a great home for anybody. So this is an HMO. They're making it a slightly bigger HMO, and they're putting in things like soundproofing for it. I think it's a bit rich for the agent to come here and say they're going above and beyond when they're just getting over the minimum threshold. They are squeaking through on that measure, which is very, very disappointing to see. Everyone deserves a decent-sized bedroom, at least if they're stuck in an HMO, and I do think there is room there that we may want to look in the future at seeing if we can expand the minimum room size, because that seems very small to expect someone to spend 2-3 years of their studies in. But on the whole, I think this does meet the planning conditions, and I think it's a nice house, and I'm sure as we start to embed these people into the community, they will learn to respect their community more. and that the HMOs that gain the majority of them their reputation are the minority, and the majority of people, half the people probably don't even realise when they're living next to HMOs, because most people in there are just hardworking trying to get by. So I am fully in favour of this.
Thank you. What a personal take on it. Thank you. Councillor Pickett.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Councillor Sheard. I think it's quite shocking how small everything is. It doesn't seem particularly well designed. It's sort of out of balance. Everybody's just being crammed in. It's obviously aimed at students. I don't think anybody but students would want to live here, really, because it's just too many people in one small space. However, I do think I am going to vote for it, purely because I don't see that we can vote against it, but I don't like it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cattell.
Yeah, I just remembered something from the old days before we were unitary. The Brighton Borough Local Plan, and I don't know if there's anybody apart from me in the room who might remember it, there was actually a policy that protected HMOs. I don't know if, Marie, can you remember it? Yeah, and it was mainly because we were losing a lot of, I think there was an application I remember once for a nurses' home, and there was a lot of objection, we didn't allow that to go to lose it, because HMOs provide a really important sort of usage for, like TJ was saying about, lots of people can't afford to live in even a flat share. And I think it's because of this sort of university thing that suddenly sort of kicked in, especially after I think Brighton Poly became a university. Then I think it's crept up now. And, but there is a strong case to have this sort of accommodation for people who can't afford it. And it's not just students. I mean, there's people who have, not students, need to have this some sort of accommodation as well. Anyway, just a bit of history there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Parrott.
Yeah, actually, although I think the bedrooms are very small, and I have two children at home who are students and living in various forms of HMOs. The bedrooms are very small. I am, however, pleased to see the living space, which is quite nice. And I also would echo Councillor Sheard's comments. Students and people who live in HMOs aren't, in my experience, all antisocial horrors who live next door to you. Some of them are very lovely, including the two I have at home at the moment, because they're on Easter holiday, and who are very respectful of where they live. And I think it's wrong to brand them all in that way. The one thing I would say that, in my experience, students love is communal living space, where they can cook together, eat together, and play games together, and do all the stuff they like to do as a kind of pseudo family, if you like. And I think that's really important. I am disappointed in the size of the bedrooms. It would have been nicer to see slightly bigger bedrooms, but obviously the space is the space. As Councillor Cattell has already said, the dormer is particularly ugly, but it is what it is, and it does provide accommodation. And I do actually endorse Councillor Sheard's point of view that actually, as a city, we need mixed housing for everybody, and this already isn't a family home, so I will be voting for it.
Thank you. Councillor Earthy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's a rabbit hutch for humans. I hate it. In my last dealings with Raisted, I think 7.5 square metres is actually less than the recommended space for a rabbit. But I sympathise very much with Councillor Sheard. I also sympathise greatly with Councillor Taylor. Unfortunately, that's not really grounds for rejecting it, I'm afraid, Councillor Taylor. So whilst I would hate the whole principle of it, I'm afraid I will vote for it because there's no grounds for voting against it.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else? Councillor Winter?
Thank you. This isn't one of the worst HMOs that I've seen. So even though it looks like it's accommodating quite a large number of people, the house itself doesn't seem to look too bad. bedrooms are at least the minimum size and the living accommodation is reasonable. And the other aspect to it is that this is a house that could be converted back into a family home. There are quite a few of those happening in Hanover and Elm Grove, where they're not HMOs anymore and people are moving into the city and then converting the houses back into more of a family home. So I think if we focus on encouraging more flexibility about what this kind of accommodation can achieve, then that might make people feel a bit better about it. It's less concentrated than it used to be, and it's definitely easing up. And the noise and the antisocial behaviour have reduced hugely. I mean, certainly in my street, nobody slept for years because of all the parties every night, but that's kind of calmed down now. So it feels like we're all learning to live together a bit better, and this particular one doesn't feel like one that could turn into some kind of slum or anything like that. So I think I will be voting for this one. Thank you.
I love your optimism, Councillor. I mean, I'm just thinking 8 people. I mean, that's just a party every night, isn't it? But it does seem a lot. I hear everybody's comments. I hear Councillor Taylor's comments. I hear all of the comments in the room. 8 is, cramming them in with the minimum size. But again, as other councillors have said, we haven't really got too much good reason to reject it. So I think I will be in favour. Shall we go to a vote? All those in favour? And all those against?
Oh, okay. I missed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So that's 8 for and 1 against. That means that the application is granted planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody who's given up their time this afternoon. We're moving to the final application, and the very patient people sitting at the back of the room. 3 of us are now going to have to excuse ourselves, so I will hand over to my deputy. Thank you.
The days at number 2 St Helens Avenue. That's the officer.
Thank you, Chair. This is the application at 2 St Helens Avenue, also known as Hove Fitness Club. And the application, it's a Section 73 application to vary the opening hours that the club is allowed to operate within. And as it says there, they're seeking hours of from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Every day. This is the location of the site. It's on the southern side of Portland Road. Slightly zoomed in location plan, you can see the main fitness club building, which is accessed from a narrow passage from St Helens Avenue, and there are 2 pairs of tennis courts to the south. And on the aerial photo, you can see the context, which is quite constrained with neighbouring properties and gardens on both the east and the west sides. The 3D aerial photo just to give you a bit more context. Some street photos. This is St Heliers Avenue, showing the vehicle access from the road into the site. This is now turn the corner, looking down that access, and you can see the fitness club building is indicated by the red arrow, and you can see one of the closest neighbours there on the left. The buildings on the right are the back of the Portland Road buildings, which are in mixed commercial and residential use. This is now onto the western side of the site, so you can see the main fitness club building on the right, part of the car park in the middle, and on the left-hand side, which is the west, there's the fence immediately beyond which are the gardens of the residential neighbours. This is another photo of the western side, and you can see one of the pairs of tennis courts on the left side of that photo and the residential neighbours beyond. This is back towards the entrance of the site facing south, and around here this is the eastern boundary of the site, again with car parking spaces and residential gardens beyond, which is to the east, which is the left of the image. The proposal itself is, as I said before, is seeking to vary the permitted opening hours to 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily. Just to summarise all the words there, essentially that's 1 hour earlier Monday to Saturday and 2 hours earlier on Sundays. And I should also add, it's 1 hour earlier closing time as well. So whereas before their permitted hours were 7 to 11 Mondays to Saturdays and 8 to 11 on Sundays and bank holidays, they're now proposing 6 to 10 on each day. We've received 8 letters of objection, summarised there, main points largely being that the earlier opening hours are already being already in effect. The club is already operating those earlier opening hours, and neighbours have raised that is resulting in disturbance for them. We've also received 39 letters of support, as mentioned there. There's a petition with over 400 signatures, and on the late list you will have seen the letter of support from Councillor Sankey as well. But the points that the supports are raising are essentially the benefits of allowing people to exercise earlier in the day. 2 main considerations are the immediacy of neighbouring occupiers and local residents, and the sport and health benefits of the gym operating. And our assessments are that, as you would have seen on the photos, the site is quite heavily constrained by the surrounding residential dwellings. And not just the gym itself, but the car park and the access road are in very close proximity to those neighbours. And we are of the view that a 6 a.m. opening time is inappropriate for this location. The site's already operating earlier than currently permitted, and has been subject to complaints as borne out in the representations to the application and in complaints to the Environmental Health Department. The application doesn't include any meaningful information as to how noise and activity in those earlier hours can be mitigated or managed to acceptable levels, and there's an objection from the Environmental Health Officer. So whilst we do acknowledge that there are some benefits in allowing people to use the centre for physical exercise at earlier times of day, we don't consider that is sufficient to outweigh the identified harm, and we therefore recommend refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. We have, in person, we have Lucy Egan, who is the director of the fitness club, and online we have Luke Carter, who is the agent. Luke Carter will be speaking. Okay. All right, Lucy, if you want to take a seat.
She has a support person with her.
Just for the record, what's your support person? What is your name? Adam Lambert. Matt Lambert. Okay, thank you very much. Just so we have your name on record, that's all. So, Lucy, if you press the right-hand button on your speaker. You have 3 minutes when you choose to start speaking.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on behalf of Hove Fitness Club. As you know, well, maybe you don't know, this is a long-established sports facility serving the community for over 4 decades. However, we only took this property on 2 years ago when it was a derelict building and had been severely run down by its previous owners. We are here to request a modest and very reasonable variation to the club's operating hours, allowing the internal facilities to open from 6 a.m. while keeping external sports areas closed until 8 a.m., which is in line with the tennis courts. We are reducing the hours. We already have reduced the hours over the weekend, so that report is incorrect. We open from 7 a.m. and close at 6 p.m. at the weekends. This small adjustment to our business is vital to continue the viability of the club. The simple fact that many residents train and work there, and the current restrictions, if are enforced, would prevent us opening and would severely impact our business, whether we could even survive there, because we would lose so many members. Importantly, the club has undertaken noise monitoring, which demonstrates that internal activity at 6 a.m. produces consistently low-level background noise around about 50 decibels. The evidence is clear that internal opening is not a source of unreasonable disturbance. Beyond noise, fairness must also be considered. The application, we documented lots of other gyms in the area that are either 6 a.m. or earlier, and some gyms in highly density areas that are residential areas that open 24 hours a day. That is comparable to other gyms in the area, over 20. The community has supported it. As you can see, we've got 1,800 members, and they've all supported it with over 510 people. We currently employ 24 staff. We have a large amount of instructors there that we all give working with, and the members all feel that they would like that 6 a.m. opening time. It would, as I said before, it would severely give the club a financial viability, a serious threat to our financial viability if we were forced to have these reduced opening hours. Dear members, this application does not seek a new development, increased capacity or any external activity during sensitive hours. It merely asks for operational hours that reflects modern working patterns, aligned with most every comparable gym in the city, reducing early morning outdoor disturbance and allowing valued community facility to remain viable. For this reason, and in recognition of the strong evidence and fairness issues, the noise assessments and the exceptional level of
I'm really
support.
sorry, that is your 3 minutes up. Thank you very much.
Okay,
no worries,
thank
you very much. Right, so questions. Does any member have any questions? Councillor Pickett.
Oh, thanks. My first question is, why don't we have a noise impact assessment for this?
Thank you, Councillor. A noise impact assessment was submitted, but it was in relation to a concurrent application for the conversion of a pair of the tennis courts to the south of the building. So it didn't really relate to activity within the main building itself. The monitoring position they'd chosen to measure the existing sound was at the very bottom of the tennis court, so as far away from the fitness club building as possible. And that's appropriate for the purpose of the report that was submitted, but isn't relevant to this application. And also, the monitoring only started at 8 a.m., whereas this application is proposing opening at 6 a.m. So it didn't cover those hours, those additional hours in the morning when the premises would be open.
Can I just ask, so it was monitoring sort of from an area like where the houses are, that possibly where people are complaining that they can hear the noise, but also it was monitoring when people were coming into the gym at that time, so their opening time.
If I can try and share the document, that might help to clarify things. Just bear with me. So this is the noise impact assessment that was provided. This is in relation to, as I say, a concurrent application for the conversion of one of the pair of tennis courts to the south of the site into 3 paddle courts. And if I scroll all the way down, it will tell us where. So this cyan dot, that's where they put their monitoring equipment. So down in the bottom corner of the tennis courts, and that is appropriate for assessing the noise levels relating to the conversion of those tennis courts, but doesn't provide an appropriate sort of worst case indication of activity within the main building and within the car parks and the access road. So that's why I say it's not entirely relevant to the application that's been under consideration today.
Sorry, do we know if the main complaint is about vehicles being driven into the gym or if it's people that they're complaining about, noise from people?
It's a bit of both. It's people using the car park and shutting their car doors early on in the morning and making noise that way. It's also some of the classes that the gym have been operating. They're called High Rocks classes, and it involves apparently groups of people running around the block from within the gym around the block and back in. That's part of the class, and that's one of the things that's been raised.
Councillor Cattell.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask a question of the applicants? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, one of the things that has come up is the fact that people waiting to get into the gym at 7 o'clock when you open. How will you make sure that people don't do the same at 6 o'clock? I mean, I can't even remember what 6 o'clock is, except when I've been getting up to go to Gatwick. But I'm just thinking, if people are going to hanging around at 7 o'clock to get into the gym, are they going to be? How can you stop people doing it at 6 o'clock? Would you say, please, would a kind of thing of membership be, a condition of membership be that you don't come, you arrive at the entrance to the site at 6 o'clock, but not come in and hang out near the building? Not sure how you could do that, but I just wonder if that would help.
Sorry. Well, I mean, we have a very strong community of members, as you can see from how many people have supported us. And, we can ask anything from our members. I mean, I don't think we could restrict them coming into the car park, but I think, we have a lot of people want to use it, but we have a lot of people walking. Not everybody's driving. We have a very strong community around us. So not everybody's coming in their cars. And I think that shows in, that we're a local gym offering that local residence thing. I mean, I don't think we do open the doors, I don't think that there is an excess of noise of people coming in at that time. I don't know how to really answer that, but, we have the front door, yeah.
Front door's open.
Front door's open.
The front door's open, which leads to the...
They can
come
step
in,
but then they go up the stairs and that door remains closed until...
they don't congregate outside.
Yeah.
What about this, we just heard about the running around, around the streets. Can you restrict that to a different time rather than the 6 o'clock?
Sorry, I'm learning the computer. Yeah, we've already planned to change those classes, which run twice 2 mornings, so we have no running outside, so not to take that disturbance away from the neighbours. So we already have that in plan.
Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I've got a question or two for the applicants as well. Just following on what Councillor Cattell was saying, is there any way you can kind of lock the car park or lock access to the site so people can't get in and hover by the door? That's one question. The other thing, what activities are actually going on inside the building? Is it a gym or exercise or all of those? Because I just wonder if there's adequate soundproofing. Is that a possible solution?
Right, so we can't restrict that access because it's a shared access for the commercial, for the bed company and the commercial buildings that back onto us as well. So I'd love to put a gate on there, but we can't. And the second question was, so we have classes in the morning, obviously, because
that's required, but we do have yoga and Pilates, so we've got a yoga and Pilates studio, very quiet. We do have Pirates classes, which we have already said we will keep them inside, so nothing goes outside of that building until after 8 o'clock. So we are prepared. We are local residents ourselves. We all live in Hove. We're 3 local residents just trying to build a really good business. We took that building over when it was derelict. So we've really tried very hard in the last 2 years to be good for the community, good for the whole area. So, you know, we are very accommodating, and, you know, if anybody comes to us, myself, Matt, and the other directors all work within the business. So we are very approachable. You know, we try and accommodate. We don't want to upset anybody. So, yeah, but if you'd like to come to a class.
Councillor Parrott.
I literally couldn't think of anything worse than a High Rocks class. I'm curled up in a ball just thinking about it. The car park access, which clearly seems to be a source of contention, but is shared. So although it's a source of contention, do we know whether the people coming into the building, coming into that car park, are actually all gym owners, or are they also coming into, you know, to some of the other businesses would be my first question. And also, it does say in this application that you're already operating outside of your permitted hours. You know, is that, you know, were you aware of that? What, I mean, how has that kind of come about? Or what? Or could you put some context around that for me? Thank you. When we took over the building, we lost a gym. We were Coral's Health and Fitness, and we lost that gym to do Durac concrete, and we were shut down within 45 minutes. So we were destroyed after that bit. So we effectively lost a business. And then we got the opportunity to take over this old Sports Direct building, which was derelict and had a lot of crime around it, lots of drug use as well. So we came in, we tidied up that area. We've made it a lovely, viable business, local community really support us. I can't remember the question. Oh,
late 7 o'clock.
Yes. And so because we took over from Sports Direct, who actually, I know this doesn't make 2 wrongs don't make a right, but they used to open at 5 and 5:30. So we just kind of just, you know, I'm not saying we were right, but we just thought, well, they open at 5:30. So we were like, well, 6 o'clock. You know, we didn't really think about it. We're just trying to make a business work. It was a complete surprise to us, really, that we've come down this path. That, you know, what was the other question? Oh yes, the access part is, I would say primarily the bed people have parking. The bed shop have parking.
And the house as well.
And the houses, yeah. The houses. There's a house that has parking, 2 houses that has parking. So they could use the parking from 6 o'clock as well, all night. They have access. We do have a very, very good camera system there. If I see people there parking all day or using the car park, I'm always like, who's that person using the car park? So we do try and keep a very, vigilant view on who's using it, why are they there. I don't want people parking there all day because obviously it clogs our car park. So, you know, I think as directors, you couldn't get somebody who's more involved in our business, which is myself and Matt and obviously Ben, who's not here today. But, you know, I do keep a very tight grip on it. And do you have notices and stuff all around the car park reminding people that this is a residential area, that they do need to be mindful of their neighbours and the other people, you know? I mean, obviously you can't control things like car park, you know, a door noise, because that could be anyone going to work, coming home from work at any time of day or night. But do you have all of the kind of what I would consider to be the more mitigating factors to try and remind people to be good neighbours to everyone else around them? Yeah, we've got notices as you leave the car park, as you go in and out of the main door, saying please be respectful of your neighbours. And we've also got that on other doors as well. I mean, because sometimes there's emergency exits, but we don't use them. We don't allow people to use them, but they're still on those as well, saying please be mindful of your neighbours. So, yeah, we're very, very mindful of everybody that lives around us.
And that gym has been a gym. I'm not saying we're right, but we want to make it viable. So we're very respectful.
Councillor Pickett.
Can I ask, do you know specifically of your neighbours what they have specifically complained about? Is it car doors, or is it voices, or is it people's feet, or
I'm going to direct that one at the officers more, if that's okay.
So I was just to make councillors aware that we do have a member of the environmental health team available on the call to answer any questions you might have. I neglected to say that earlier.
Yeah, shall I get the environmental health?
Yeah, that'd be good. But can I also ask for you to also answer that, because I'm sure people have complained directly to you, so you would know.
Yeah, I'll go to Lucy first, and I'll bring Timothy in from environmental health.
We haven't had a direct complaint from a member. We had one complaint when we had an event on the tennis courts where we were playing a bit of music. We immediately never did that again, so we apologise. We know that we went and spoke personally to that person that complained. You went, didn't you? And we said, we're really sorry, we won't happen again, and it hasn't happened again. So, as I said, I can't say how much more we are very, very aware of people are around us, and we don't want to upset the neighbours. We want to all get on. So, yeah.
Timothy, do we have any noise complaints in the area?
Yes, we've had several. The most recent one was June last year, which does refer to use of portable speakers. It seems to be concerns raised about people shouting and swearing in the area. Also, large numbers of people reportedly running along the pavement 2 to 3 times a week before 7 a.m. So that was June last year. We also had a complaint, if we look back to April last year as well, regular noise linked to the the PA equipment used during classes as well. We had a complaint as well in 2024 about fitness instructors shouting during activities as well.
Thank you. Obviously, the instructor shouting during activities probably is attached to the gym, but are we certain, because as we've heard, there's the access road leads to other places as well. Are there any chance the noise complaints could be attached to other sites that use that same car park space?
Sorry, would you like me to ask that question? We've got no indications of that. Fundamentally, the type of exercise High Rocks does involve 8 stations and 8 1-kilometre runs in between. So that would align with the activity of High Rocks.
Thank you. Just on a personal point of curiosity, are we actually able to put in planning permission to stop people running on public pavements? No, I thought not. Okay. Right. Does anyone have any other questions? Councillor Ursi.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I've just got one other question to the applicant. If the most recent complaint was June and it's now March, have you changed any of your regimes or things to mitigate that? Is it now applicable or what?
So, yes, that was what I was referring to. So we had a little event out on the tennis courts in that June. We took the music out there. We got a complaint. We immediately addressed that complaint. We went to see the neighbour. She actually was a member of the gym as well. So,
It was actually me. I was playing I had a little class. It was a 45-minute class, and I put the speaker away from the neighbours. It was 45 minutes, 5:30 to 6:15.
Yes, but we did immediately.
But we stopped it.
We have apologised and we haven't done it again. So, we made the mistake and we didn't make that mistake again. We didn't continue with that action. So, we said we're sorry. We took it into account.
So just a technical question. Does it help or hinder if we defer judgment pending a more up-to-date noise survey that's actually in the car park or around the building rather than being on the other side of the tennis court? So I don't want to delay things. It's just a technical question.
We can do that, but we can probably, we'll discuss that and debate that in the debate phase. Councillor Cattell.
Thank you, Chair. If we were to go against the officer's recommendation and recommend approval, could we add a condition that the applicants have to submit within a certain amount of time, you know, maybe a couple of months or whatever, a management plan so that we can sort of put, you know, we can pin all this down about what can and can't happen, you know, and their times and what they, you know, all the things that they said they have done or are trying to do. Can we put a condition on that suitably worded, of course? Thank you.
I would just sort of step in there to caution against that, because the environmental health officer has been very explicit that because they haven't actually assessed the background noise at 6 a.m. or even tested what noise is happening, then we can't with any certainty guarantee that a condition will mitigate it. There is the option, if councillors wish to, defer the application to get a more appropriate noise assessment, which we can then put by our environmental health officers and then come back to you. That is an option, but I would advise against a condition because our environmental health officers say they can't be confident it will do what you want it to do.
But can't we ask for that noise assessment as a condition on a potential approval?
But it's, you're sort of, they're saying they're not confident that it won't cause harm, so it's the whole thing is the principle about the opening hours, isn't it? So if we're not confident that it won't cause harm, then we wouldn't be recommending a condition because that wouldn't overcome the principle. I think that's the point, isn't it?
Right. Does anyone have any more questions? No, I think we're leaning slightly towards debate anyway, so shall we move into debate? Does anyone want to kick us off? Councillor Pickett.
Well, I live near a gym and my gym opens at 6 in the morning, and I have to say that it doesn't really seem to bother anybody that lives near the gym with the cars and everything else. So I don't entirely understand what the issue is here. My feeling is that the gym owners are doing everything they can to mitigate noise and not upset the neighbours. They're going to close an hour earlier. My feeling is I would go with it.
Councillor Parrott.
I live not very far from this, and I go to a gym that opens at 5:30 in the morning. Actually, I go there at 5:30 in the morning, weirdly, and there are no complaints. I'm struggling to get my head around why we have a refusal on this, given that the last complaint was 9 months ago. And that was for around a very specific event. So actually, if you took those complaints out, which were around a very specific event, we're really talking about complaints that are now a significant amount of time since today away. So, and you know, there seems to be a lot that's been put in place. I don't understand why we don't have an up-to-date environmental assessment of the noise impact at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I'm really struggling with this, actually. I don't really know.
Yeah, I was going to say, Councillor Earthy said earlier about deferring the decision and asking for a new noise assessment. Councillor Earthy, do you want to come in and kind of speak to that very quickly?
Yeah, because I'm just simply not convinced that there's a problem, so I'm leaning more in favour of what the other councillors have been saying. But if there's an issue of going up against the officers, then the only compromise is, can we have a modern, up-to-date noise assessment taken at a sensible location?
So, there's kind of two paths in front of us, because I'm getting the sense of the committee is that we are not in favour of the refusal with what's in front of us at the moment. So we can either defer the decision for a noise assessment from environmental health and ask it to come back once that noise assessment is completed, or we could pass it today with the condition of a sound management plan, as Councillor Quintell was speaking about earlier. So I don't know if anyone wants to speak about which direction they'd rather head towards. Any takers? Councillor Pickett.
I thought, we're told in terms of planning, we have to assess it on the grounds that we have before us now. So the grounds we have before us now doesn't seem to be that there is an issue. So I think we should go against the refusal.
I'm inclined to agree with Kerry that, it does seem ridiculous that it was one incident back in June, as Sam said, 9 months ago, where there was an issue which was instantly dealt with. And I think that, what we've heard today from the new owners is that they have tried really hard to work well. They live in the community, they know the community, and I think, they are a local business as well. They bring, and so I'm inclined to sort of go with overturning the recommendation.
Councillor Parrott?
Can we just run through what the complaints were again? The 8 complaints, sorry.
Yeah. Tim, could you run us through what the complaints are again, if you're still online?
Yeah, I am online and happy to. And I was just going to add a further comment at the end as well. So the complaint back in June last year was loud music and shouting, early morning runners blocking the pavement, comments regarding portable speakers brought out into the tennis court areas, noise reported from shouting, swearing, and large numbers of people reportedly run along the pavement 2 to 3 times a week before 7 a.m. The one prior to that was regular noise from the PA equipment during classes. And the one part that was complaints about the fitness instructor shouting. Just to add, when we returned our comments, that our main concerns, just to clarify, was how they intend to manage the impact of the proposal, any measures to prevent early arrival and waiting, details of any acoustic installation or sound containment upgrades to minimise noise breakout as recommended by a suitably qualified acoustic specialist, all controls on music/noise sources, class activities and amplified sound before 07:50 hours. So that was the basis of our objection. Thank you.
Condition that, yeah.
So actually, if you look at the complaints, if the loud music in the paddle courts is now no longer happening ever again, Lucy, please, yep, shake your head a lot. And the portable speakers, Matthew, are never happening again. So actually, if they are single events that are clearly lamentable and shouldn't have happened but aren't happening again. The issue we've really got, it kind of comes down to the issue of that, about noise management early in the morning and, some shouting around classes. And if there is a noise management in place that starts to look at how the gym manage some of their classes maybe, and that, they schedule classes so that the higher level, you're going to get high level. You live next door to a gym. There are classes that are like that because you have to whip people like me into shape. So there are classes like that. But if the schedule was such that would be, then surely we're at some kind of, most of the complaints have actually been dealt with quite reasonably by the applicant.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Earthy.
Yes, I'll agree with all that. So I only put I only put my proposal forward in case they had to cover ourselves against any issues with the officer. So yeah, all of these sound completely conditionable, if that's the right word. So yeah, I'm being inclined to allow it to go through, subject to a strict condition and the noise management plan and whatever else we need.
Councillor Winder.
Yes, I agree with that approach as well. I don't think refusal is the way that we should be going. I think there are ways that we can mitigate the problems over time. So I think we should go down that path.
Thank you.
Chair, do we need to have somebody to put forward a recommendation? Yeah.
Just until we voted on the officer recommendation.
Right, okay.
I was just going to say, I was minded to agree with Councillor Lee's earlier position of putting in for a noise assessment to see, first of all, but I think the committee is fairly minded that seems rather beside the point, and that we are happy to proceed now if we put in a noise management plan condition. So in that case, I'm not going to ask for a proposal and second on deferring decision, and I'll go straight to voting on the officer recommendation. Can I see all those in favour? Thank you. All those again? No, sorry. All those in favour?
Thank you.
All those against? So I'm getting too eager over here.
Chair, that is 0 for and 7 against. Thank you.
6.
I do apologise, 6.
Right. I will now need to take alternative recommendation within reason. So, can I have a member propose? Councillor Cattell.
I propose that we grant planning permission for this application, subject to a condition about a noise management plan, and don't make me do high rocks, because I want to lie down now. I've read about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder?
One,
Yeah.
choose one.
Guys, can Parrot's hands up first, though? Okay. Do I need to? Do officers want to come in and give any advice on anything you've said?
No, I mean, we'll make sure that the condition talks about submission of a noise management plan within a certain time period, maybe 3 months, something like that, and that it should contain measures, it should identify the main sources of noise and mitigation measures to that effect. But yeah, obviously we'll come up with some more robust wording, but yeah.
Yeah, just to remind you, Chair, that this is a vote that I will be asking every individual how they're voting. It's not a general vote. Is that okay? Thank you.
So, in that case, I shall now turn to the recorded vote. And I will now, as this is a recorded vote, I'll now hand over to Democratic Services.
Thank you, Chair. So, starting with Councillor Earthy, can I ask you for your vote, please? Are you voting? Yeah, thank you. For the recommendation, against the opposite recommendation? For the recommendation, against. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Cattell, how do you vote?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Winder, how do you vote? Yeah, so Councillor, you're voting against the opposite recommendation, which you've already done. So now you're voting for the motion to. So, thank you very much. Councillor Parrott, how do you vote?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Pickett, how do you vote?
For.
Thank you. And lastly, Councillor Sheard.
For.
Thank you. That therefore is agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. There will now be a short break as Councillor Thompson returns to the chamber.
I'm just back in the room for a nanosecond to mention appeals. Please note that a list of the new planning application appeals lodged with the Planning Inspectorate is attached to your agenda. There are no informal hearings or public inquiries listed on this agenda, and a list of planning application appeal decisions from the Planning Inspectorate is attached to the agenda. I now declare the meeting closed. Thank you very much, everybody.